Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Wednesday, May 13th, 10:40 a.m. Eastern. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think you can. Shout out to y'all. I know you were missing me. I did put a little post up. Because there's like stalkers and doxers, I don't always, say exactly where I am and all that. But, since I'm back home now, I can tell y'all I was in Texas. I was taking a class, every year in the spring or like the winter time, like January, March, sometime around there. I'll be taking a little spiritual enlightenment journey moment just for myself. This year it came a little later. I did learn about an ancient text, I guess you could call it Indian text, but at the time they wouldn't have been calling it India. It would have just, I don't know exactly what they would have been, Bharat, maybe. Anyway, it was really enlightening. It was really, I wouldn't consider myself obviously to be enlightened. Okay, that's not what I mean, but it was really cool. It is really nice to take those moments and allow myself to think about things in a brand new, different way and all that. Yeah, that's what I was doing. And I like to kind of just focus on those things when I'm doing them. So I left on last Monday, I guess you call it a retreat. It was kind of like a retreat, but it was really just a class in the country in Texas. Also had the occasion to go to Dallas for the first time. And oh my God, that was so fun. I never been to Dallas. I've been to Houston a bunch of times, bunch of times. Got some cousins in Houston. Okay, and in Mexico too. Love Mexico. Y'all know I love Mexico. But I've never really been that far over there to Dallas. So that was fun. I like Dallas. Shout out to the Dallas cousins if there's any of them in here. And yeah, that's where I've been. And happy Mother's Day to the mothers in the chats. And we all need a spiritual break. Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. My next spot in Texas that I want to go to is where a very large, proportion of my ancestors came from or came to, which is going to be today presently known as San Antonio. So that's on my bucket list. I want to go to San Antonio. So maybe I'll let y'all know if I go out there. Maybe I won't. I don't know. We're going to have to see. But oh, it sounded like somebody was trying to talk to me in my house. It was cool. It was cool. I actually ended up for this like retreat thing. It was actually about 2 hours away from Dallas, so it wasn't really in Dallas for the retreat. But I flew into Dallas Fort Worth, and that was fun. And I really like Dallas Fort Worth area. That was really fun. I wasn't there long. I just stayed there one night, before we drove further on to the class or whatever. If you're curious about the text I learned, which I do hesitate to even say it, but if y'all want to read it yourself, it's called the Tripura Rahasya, TRI. I'll just pull it up here. Tripura Tripura Rahasya. It is the reason I hesitate to even tell y'all about it is because it does have the word tantra in it, but tantra doesn't mean what it doesn't necessarily have to mean what you think it means. Like some people think tantra means, sexual relations type of stuff. This had absolutely nothing to do with that at all whatsoever. It was more like a philosophy class. It wasn't. It does have like kind of like the god, the Hindu, one of these Hindu, so the Hindu gods on it. That I hesitate to say that too because it's really reductive. Like Hinduism, I don't practice Hinduism, by the way. I'm not an expert. You should learn about this stuff from an expert. But Hinduism is, I've always thought, in my past, I thought it was like a religion and a bunch of gods. And I'm like, well, I can't believe that because I only believe in the one true God, the one real God, the one above all the gods. Like, that's the one I believe in. So I can't be doing this whole believe in a bunch of gods thing. Come to find out, Hinduism is a monotheistic religion, does not believe in a bunch of gods. It's just God because he or she or it or they is so powerful. We can't conceive of God. We really can't conceive of it. It's like so much bigger and so much more powerful than us. So God will assume forms to help humans somehow make it, to the point we need to make it to or whatever. So really, there's just one God in Hinduism, which I'm not a Hindu. I don't practice Hinduism, but really like learning these ancient texts. I'm learning Sanskrit, as y'all know, and all that. So anyway, this is the text. It has nothing to do with the tantra that you would have heard about. Okay, that's another thing too. Like in the U.S. and Western countries, like anywhere that's English speaking, like they take one thing like kundalini and then spin it, or even yoga. Like, oh my God, yoga that we hear about over here is like pretty much not the yoga. That's not yoga. That's like 1/8 of yoga is these stretches that you doing at the gym. But do them if you want to, girl. But anyway, that's not the point of this. That's not the point of this. That's not the point of this. I just wanted to tell y'all where I was. So the Tripura Rahasya is a profound, very profound 11th through 17th century Sanskrit tantric text. Again, it's not tantra like what you would have heard about. And it is a key work of Advaita Vedanta, Advaita Vedanta, and Shakta philosophy. It's a dialogue between a sage. So what it is basically like, this guy is talking to his teacher, and then there's some stories and stuff. But it's, has details self-realization, the illusory nature of the world, and the worship of God in the form of the Divine Mother. It's about dream states and waking states, and Advaita Vedanta means pretty much the elimination of duality. And so it's kind of like these concepts used to only be taught in secret up in the mountains, and but for the grace of God, you only would learn it. And now, it's just available everywhere if you get the right, person to teach it and stuff. But anyway, I'll talk more about that one day if y'all want to hear more about that. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers and y'all's grandmothers and y'all's best friends that are like mothers and all that. I want to show y'all that. Look at this cute picture of my mom. Go like that. That's my mom. And I know what y'all are going to say. Y'all are going to say, oh my God, you look so much like her. True, I do. I definitely do. But if you think I look like my mom, you should see my little sister. That's like a clone carbon copy. But anyway, I thought this was a cool picture. This is kind of like how I remember my mom, growing up and stuff. She was, must be my dad's dirt bikes, or maybe it's her brother's. She always was the Diet Coke queen. Look at, she got the mom shorts. And I said, I get it from my mama. Look, she's got the shout out. Okay, so this is what I said. I said, Happy Mother's Day post. It's late because she deserved her own day. I think she's in the chat right now if y'all want to wish her Happy Mother's Day. Shout out to her for making me be born. That was supposed to be a little shady because she made me be born. I did not ask to be born. Anyway, I probably did, in the ether, in the astral or whatever, for the opportunity to live this life and for sitting with me to do homework and spelling pop quizzes to make sure I made good enough grades to get into college one day. That was really important. Thanks for that. And for the math tutors, even though I don't think that really helped in the long run, but that's probably my fault. And then I was like, if you think I look like her, you should see my sister. Okay, anyway, isn't that cute? So y'all can go like that post. That one's on That Surprise Witness. And that pretty much brings us to Caught Up. No, I definitely do look like her. And I act like her too. Sometimes I'll say stuff like some of her like catchphrases and I'm like, oh my God, I sound just like my mom. So we need to catch up on David, all right? We need to catch the commercials are louder than the live. Okay, let me turn my mic up. The reason I don't have my mic turned like too loud up is because I'm gonna be putting my headphones on later, and I have this very cheap cable that I need to get a like real one. I need to get a this is a real one. What is reality? Actually, I think I might have the answer to that question, but that's for another day. In this matrix that we're in right now, girl, this wire ain't too good. So when I turn my mic up really loud and I put these headphones on, I can hear it like crackling and crinkling and in my ear, and it makes me, I'm not even gonna say out loud what it makes me want to do, but it makes my nerves bad. I'll say that. So thank you for bearing with my audio situation until I figure out what the hell I'm doing. Thank you. And yeah, literally, what is time? Actually, I think I have an answer to that too, at least a framework for it. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's pretty much all I can do with the volume. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize. I really don't know what else to tell you. Like I don't really know what else to tell you. This is the best I can do for today. Anyway, so we need to talk about the David situation. He did have court yesterday, and I was going to come on here and talk about it. I got back from the airport probably like around 12:30, 1 o'clock, and I was going to come on live just after that, but it was just kind of like I didn't feel like it, and I needed to like reintegrate back into whatever this reality is and all that. So, I decided to just do it today, and we're going to talk about the David situation. We're also going to listen to some people's experiences who were in the courtroom. Now, I do have Arman Wiggins' video. I also have Trap Lore Ross, but I'm realizing, did Flojo TV go? Because last time he did not go, so I just didn't even think to look. If Flojo TV went, I want to watch his too. I know the Mark the Shark went, but he seemed to have been standing outside. I don't think he went into the hearing, but we could check his out as well. Let me see. No, he didn't. He didn't go live. Flojo TV. If he ends up coming into the chat, shout out to him. Let me see, Mark. No, I don't know Mark the Shark. He's never been over here to my knowledge. But he, and so I don't know if he knows who I am either, but he has been doing some live minutes after David court status update. Okay, so we will watch his as well. Let me go ahead and put Mark the Shark's video into the live chat because I did not put it in the description box down below. So I did put it down to the live chat. Here it is right here, and he did go in. Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Angie. We were asking Rabbit for you yesterday. Shout out to Rabbit. Okay. So, all right. So here we are with the David stuff. After we talk about the David hearing, depending on how long it, takes and all of that, I want to also get into another topic for the second part of this video. I'm not going to say second half because it probably won't be as long as the first half, which is going to be mostly the David situation. But I do want to talk a little bit about the Adam 2216 Grand Mason Lush 1 germ-free MacArthur Park RICO drug bust situation going on. And I think that I have a theory I haven't seen anybody else talking about. It has to do with my long-standing suspicion that Lush is a federal asset or agent. And, for years, people have been, not years, but at least a year, people are laughing at me. People, even my cousins, out here, my fellow cousins on YouTube, they're out here being like, oh, no, I don't think Lush is a Fed. Like, he does so much substances, this, that, the other. Okay, well, y'all don't have to think it, but we'll get it more into that theory after the David segment or portion of this video, which I do believe today's live is going to be mostly focused on the David situation and catching up on the David situation. Okay, so here we are. We are here. We are live. I do have also, I know some of y'all have been following me for about 5 years. Wait. Wow. I think in July 10th will be my 6th year as a content creator. That is absolutely wild. Wow. Anyway, so most of the people that were following me back then, or all of the people that were following me back then 6 years ago, did so because of my Britney Spears court coverage. And so I wanted to let y'all know I have a 2-hour long video coming out about Britney Spears and media coverage and all of that. It's taking quite a while to edit it, understandably, and so I'm also maybe going to have another video coming out soon about Ray J and Kim Kardashian. That's going to be over there on BJ Investigates. So I think that's all there is for the morning announcements, and without further ado, let's get... Oh, wait, hold on. I need one more ado. Put a 1 in the chat. You ever had to read Much Ado About Nothing? If you ever had to read that in school, the Shakespeare... What is it, a play? Much Ado About Nothing. Okay, let me see. It's Mark the Shark. We're going to watch his too. Okay, so again, to give you a little bit of a preview what we're about to get into, we're going to get into the David updates. The David had a status hearing yesterday. He did have, originally he had a court hearing, a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 29th or so, May 26th, May 29th, something like that. At the end of this month, they were supposed to have the preliminary hearing that did end up getting pushed back. That's the TLDR. But we're going to look at also some articles. We're going to look at some reporting from Kadisha Lynn, from Arman Wiggins, from Traplore Ross, Megan Cuniff, and Mark the Shark. And we'll also get into a little bit of the lore, I guess you could call it, drama, I guess you could call it, that's been going on with the little brother of David. He has been popping up in the media here and there in headlines. I found that to be interesting. So we'll get into a little bit of that as well. Okay. So, might as well start with TMZ. So we'll just start there. because it's an article. We'll start with the articles, and then when we get into the video, I'll have to put the headphones on and listen to that crackling. The things I do for y'all, the things I do. I need to get a good wire. If anybody's like an audio engineer and like a for sure good brand, I was thinking about just going over there to the Guitar Center and asking them. But if anybody's an audio engineer or something like that, you know what you're doing with these wires. I could really use advice on a good quality aux, I guess it's called, cable that plugs into a Scarlett Focusrite, the red one, and goes into wired headphones. If anybody has a good brand or it needs to be definitely longer than 4 feet. I thought 4 feet seems like a very long wire until you plug it in on your, Scarlett across the desk, and it's like, anyway, we're crowdsourcing. I don't want you to buy it. Just recommend what it is. I can buy it for myself. Thank you. Maybe. Might have to save up. Now, I did get also about a $140,000 legal bill recently because I'm still fighting these demons. Hopefully that'll be over soon. So if you are enjoying this coverage and free speech and telling the truth and fighting against bullies, please make a donation to my legal fund. It should be linked below. Okay. All right. So here is the TMZ article. David. All right, let's beep. Let's get into the David stuff. Okay. So this is from TMZ, and it does seem we are going to hear some different reporting about David. We're going to hear some different reporting about, was he chill? Was he calm? Was he winking? Was he disappointed? There's like a bunch of different reporting coming out about David's demeanor. So just to prepare you, we're going to hear some different perspectives here today. David chilled out during court hearing as legal drama builds. Okay, and then I did put this in the thumbnail. This is a court sketch of David. As of right now, the judge has determined there are no cameras allowed in the court right now. And I'm saying as of right now because I'm holding out hope that she will eventually allow cameras to be in the courtroom. But as of right now, she hasn't. So now we just have to deal with these drawings and paintings, which are great. I mean, this is awesome that they still, have this type of a medium. I love that and all of that. But I wish that we could see it ourselves. But I'll get off my soapbox for that one. But that's him coming into the courtroom in his orange jumpsuit. And it says, David looked more like he was waiting on a delayed flight than fighting a criminal case Tuesday morning. I can't deal with these ads. Casually slumping in his chair. Got me want to sit up straight. During a court hearing while his lawyers and prosecutors deliberated over the case's timeline. He appeared in downtown Los Angeles for a status conference tied to his upcoming preliminary hearing, rocking an orange jail jumpsuit and appearing unusually relaxed. Girl, are they giving him Xanax or something? I mean, they're probably giving him medications. Unusually relaxed throughout the proceedings. A sketch shows him entering the courtroom in restraints as he faces first-degree murder and mutilation charges tied to the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose dismembered remains were found inside a Tesla registered to David last year. He has pleaded not guilty to all charges after his April arrest. Inside the courtroom, the two sides sparred. So the defense and the prosecutor sparred over discovery and the pace of the evidence turnover. So this is pretty much the major controversy between the two sides of this whole case so far is the timing. On the one hand, David's lawyers at first were kind of like, let's get this thing going. Let's get it moving along. But then once they started to get evidence, they're like, okay, actually, no, I don't want it to be, we need more time. The prosecutors have always said they're ready to go. Now, Mark Garagos has been out here in the news media, or, the tabloid media, you could say, saying the prosecutors aren't ready. And that's why the cops were out here arresting David, because the prosecutors weren't ready. The cops, LAPD, were tired of taking flack for the situation. They were tired of us, the public, holding them accountable and saying, when is an arrest going to be made? We weren't even saying arrest David necessarily, just can you arrest somebody? And so Mark Garagos was like, well, it's because the prosecutors just simply weren't actually ready. And the LAPD arresting David made the prosecutors have to move it along. Well, it seemed as though Blair Burke, who is David's lawyer, kind of also believed that, because she was like, we want to see the evidence. We want it all to come out public. We didn't even know that this was going on with a grand jury, blah, blah, blah. Well, then when the prosecutors were like showing up to court, what's her name? Beth Silverman did a hair flip. The prosecutor did a hair flip and said she'll be more than happy to put that evidence right out in the public. She has no problem with it. She's happy to put that evidence out. So this has basically been like the major controversy so far that the two sides have argued about is the timing and also the level of transparency. Those have been the two major arguing points. And I'm sure as this thing progresses, there's going to be even more points that they're going to argue over. But Bruce Rivers, that's my uncle. I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but that's my uncle. I don't know if he knows it either, but obviously he's my uncle. He's a criminal lawyer, Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer. He said Blair Burke is probably not going to even be on this case the whole time. Blair Burke is going to get her paycheck and quit, and she's going to be passing David off to somebody else, or, you know, somebody else is going to take over the case, maybe who's already David's lawyer. Jayoma, I did a reaction to that. Jayoma, who is a criminal defense lawyer in Texas, he has said that he will represent David for free, and if that actually ends up happening, that's going to be like, honestly, par for the course at this point. But somebody did ask me in the comments or in the live chat, he's not like my, you know, my actual, like, I mean, we didn't take a blood test or anything, but like in my mind, in my heart, he's my uncle. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that being my uncle. So what, sorry, my cat is meowing so freaking loud. It's echoing through the whole house and it just distracted me. I'm convinced this team is involved and they're going to make sure David goes down for it. Could be. Somebody asked me if I have been following the disagreements, the debates about the David case on Gideon's channel. Yes, I have. And I did catch the Bruce Rivers Jayoma debate. Yes, I did. I don't know if I'm going to react to it on my channel or not yet, but maybe I will. Leave it in the comments, not the live chat. Leave it in the actual comments down below if you are interested in seeing that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, she wants to say hello. Well, she's saying hello a lot. There's a lot of hellos going on down there. Okay. So anyway, back to this David article. And the two sides, the defense and the prosecutors, kind of went back and forth over discovery and the pace of the evidence turnover ahead of the next phase of the case, and that is now going to roll on to next month. Now, the prosecutors previously had said the reason that this is going to take longer than usual is because there's 40 terabytes of data, and David's team needed to turn over a 10 terabyte hard drive just for the simple purpose of only turning over what was on his iCloud. His iCloud or his iPhone had like 8+ terabytes of information on it. So basically they needed like a 10 terabyte hard drive, and 10 terabyte hard drive, that's a big old hard drive. That's a lot. Now, people have taken this 40 terabyte number to mean that there's 40 terabytes of, we'll say, cheese pizza material. And I don't want anybody telling me what to call that. I don't want to call it that thing y'all want me to call it, because those type of things get flagged and then I get in trouble. Okay, so I'm calling it cheese pizza, and y'all are gonna have to figure out how to get over that. Like I'm trying to follow the rules over here. Okay, but anyway, it wasn't 40 terabytes of cheese pizza material, girl. It was some portion of the 40 terabytes is, according to prosecutors, the cheese pizza variety type, okay? And that would be of children, if you know what I mean. Now, is it children plural, or is it just Celeste? They have not said. They haven't said, is it Celeste? Well, I'm addressing it because I think, you know, it actually is a reasonable thing for people to say, you know, like, you should call things, and that's one of my big things. Like, people call anything, and so nothing means anything anymore. So I think it's reasonable for people to say, hey, there's like actual terminology for that, da-da-da. But in this particular context here on this channel, I'm gonna have to say it that way. But yes, I totally agree with you. It's my channel. I say what I want over here to some extent within following the rules. It's not 10 terabytes of cheese pizza, Felicia. The 10 terabyte number comes from how much information was on David's iPhone / iCloud. And David's lawyers kept turning over these like 5 or 2 terabyte, 5 and 4 and 2 terabyte hard drives. And the prosecutor's like, we can't just do like half the stuff on you got to give us a big enough hard drive to put his iPhone material. And that would be 10. That would be 10 terabytes. They did not say 10 terabytes of cheese pizza material unless that was said yesterday, and we'll learn about that together. I do want to let y'all know too, I did not watch the Arman Wiggins or the Trap Lord Ross or any of the court recaps. I'm going to watch them and react with y'all to them. So there's two numbers that have been thrown around, 10 terabytes and 40 terabytes. 40 terabytes is the total amount of evidence in the case, according to the prosecutors. 10 terabytes is how much is on his phone, and that's how much of a hard drive they needed from David's team to even turn it over. Now, this cheese pizza variety type of material is not able to just be turned over. It has to be handled in a certain specific way. I don't exactly know how the rules work about exactly like which way it is supposed to be handled, but it can't just be sent over and put on a hard drive. Like, there's certain ways it has to be treated. So there's 40 total evidence, 10 of just on David's phone, and then some portion of that is this cheese pizza variety type of material. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Kara. Okay, so the hearing focused yesterday largely on scheduling and readiness for the preliminary hearing, which is currently set for June 29th. Okay, let me update my I have a little calendar here on my notes app that I try to keep up with the dates of things. So we got June 29th. This is the preliminary hearing. I'm just updating my thing here. D4VD preliminary hearing. So what is a preliminary hearing? A preliminary hearing is kind of like a little miniature trial. And a preliminary hearing happens where there has not been a grand jury indictment. Now, we do know that there have been 3 separate grand juries that have convened in this case. However, they were investigatory grand juries. They were not the type that would be asked to indict. And so this is the way that has to go. In order for this case to actually make it to trial, the judge has to say that there's probable cause for these charges at all. So it's kind of interesting because David is just sitting in jail without having, the court having legally found that there's probable cause to proceed to trial. However, that doesn't mean that a court hasn't found that there was probable cause for an arrest. Okay, so I know that might sound a little bit tedious, and it kind of is. But I think when we're dealing with people's, because if David's constitutional rights are also our constitutional rights, so I think it's very important that we know what's going on here. In order to just roll up on David and bust his gate down and arrest him and put him in jail, the cops couldn't just like do that because they felt like it. I mean, they do that often, but legally they're not supposed to be just doing that because they feel like it. They have to get an arrest warrant. They also have to get search warrants, but I think that's, they've already searched many things around David's house and stuff, the other house and all that. So they did get a warrant for David's arrest. And in order to get a warrant for David's arrest, they did have to go before a judge. They meaning the LAPD. The LAPD had to get an arrest warrant. They had to say, we have probable cause to arrest him. However, once you're arrested, the government only has so long to charge you. And that was, put it 2 in the chat if you remember, there was like a little discrepancy a few weeks ago of like, is the prosecutor going to charge him? Is the prosecutor not going to have to be able to charge him? The prosecutor, Put it 2 in the chat if you remember that whole thing. David has a constitutional right to be charged within a certain amount of time. Now, in California, they say that's about 2 or 3 days. But if you're arrested on like a Thursday afternoon, the prosecutors have until Monday, the following, Monday to bring the charges, which they did. So after that, in the state of California, defendants have 10 days, I think it's 10 court days, to bring forward evidence to the judge. And that evidence is what would form the basis of probable cause to proceed further. So you might have a judge find probable cause to arrest David, but then, okay, we don't have actually enough probable cause to keep him in jail or to even proceed forward to trial. So that's kind of the stage. That's kind of the stage that we're at right now. A judge somehow, somewhere has found probable cause to arrest him. He did have a 10-day window to have a preliminary hearing, which is basically the next step. It's like a little miniature trial. They've said it's going to be 4 or 5. Oh, it's 11/11. Make a wish. They said it was going to be either 4 or 5 day long little miniature trial, and this is where the judge would determine yes or no the trial can go forward against David. Now, David has the right to have had that within 10 days, and originally his lawyer, Blair Burke, said, bet, we want to have it within 10 days. Actually, we want to have it on day 3. We're ready for this information to come out. Well, and I'm just giving you all a recap now because a lot of things have happened. So they make it to court for that status hearing, like, hey, are we going to be able to have this preliminary hearing? And basically the prosecutor's like, yeah, we're ready to, but we need them to give us some hard drive. Like, we can't turn over the evidence we have. Blair Burke needs to file for the grand jury transcripts. We're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to bring those grand jury transcripts to her. Those are supposed to be secret. So Blair Burke needs to do some stuff. She did not file to unseal the grand jury transcripts. They're kind of just bickering at that point. And they rescheduled the preliminary hearing, the little 4 to 5 day trial, to the 29th of May. But before they just showed up for a preliminary hearing, yesterday the judge did what's called a status conference to say, hey, is everybody still ready to move forward on the 29th? Is everybody still ready to do that little miniature trial, the 4 to 5 day hearing to see if there's going to be probable cause? Are you ready for that? Well, no, they're not. And so we're going to get into, why that was and things like that more as we go through the video, the live show. Okay, another status hearing has now been scheduled for June 17th. So the same thing as, basically yesterday. They got to meet on June 17th and say, all right, are we all ready to move forward? Yes or no? They're probably not going to be, okay, if I had to guess. Now, because David, hold on. Because David had originally said he wanted to have this thing within the 10 days because he has a right to the speedy, preliminary hearing. He has a right to not be held in jail if there's no probable cause for a trial to even happen. David had to waive his right to that. He had to waive it at the first hearing. He had to waive it again here at this hearing. And although TMZ is reporting that David looked bored or whatever, I heard it on Law and Crime being reported that David actually looked frustrated and disappointed or something that he was having to push this off again. Like he's, basically ready to move forward, but the process isn't. His lawyers are not. So he did waive. He had to waive yesterday. That was the one thing he said in court yesterday, was basically saying, look, yes, I waive my right to have this, speedy trial or whatever. Thank you to Kitty for the $2 super chat. Good morning, cousins. Thank you. And thank you to JK Production for the $2.79 Canadian. Yes, I did watch the debate. I don't know if I'm going to watch it today. No, I'm not going to watch the debate today. It's like an hour long, but I might. Okay, so what else? Are we done with this TMZ article? Okay. So it says, as the legal back and forth played out around him, David mostly stayed quiet, lounging low in his chair rather than sitting upright at the defense table. Okay. So he went out to the defense table. I wonder if that means he was still behind that glass. Who knows? Okay. So now I want to move on to my next link here. This is a Court TV article. Okay. It says David's defense accuses prosecution of stalling at brief hearing. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit more information, a little bit more details, a little bit more context. Defense attorneys representing David, that's led by the team, Blair Burke is leading the team. Defense attorneys representing David accused the prosecutors of stalling at a hearing on Tuesday. Now, this hearing was very brief. It was very short. It was like 15 minutes, less than 20, I heard. David, Anthony Burke, is facing charges. You know the charges he's facing. You know the circumstances. Was arrested months after, you know what, the trunk. Prosecutor, okay. Prosecutors have detailed, sorry, I'm just having to hide this crap. Prosecutors have detailed other evidence they say they have gathered against David, which includes receipts for purchases of chainsaws and a body bag, as well as blood and DNA evidence. Celeste's cause of death was determined to be multiple penetrating injuries, including 2 sharp force injuries to her torso. Cameras were not permitted at the hearing yesterday, which was initially scheduled as a preliminary hearing. No representatives from either the defendant or the victim's family. So nobody came to support David. Nobody came from Celeste's family to the hearing yesterday. A court TV reporter inside the courtroom described David as dressed in an orange jumpsuit with a white long sleeve shirt underneath. He was not shaven, so he had like scruffle or whatever on his face, and his hair appeared longer, which makes sense. Hair does grow, and if you're not getting haircuts, now he asked for a haircut. He asked to be able to get a haircut, and he is going to be able to get a haircut before the preliminary hearing, but I don't think that he's going to be able to get that haircut anytime soon, because the preliminary hearing is now at the end of June. So David's lawyers told the judge they requested DNA evidence, but the prosecutors had not yet. David's lawyers told the judge that they had requested DNA evidence, but they hadn't gotten it yet from the prosecutors, and they accused prosecutors of stalling so they have more time to prep. But the lead prosecutor, Beth Silverman, appeared frustrated by the need to push back the preliminary hearing. She said these cases can drag on for years. She said approximately 10 terabytes of evidence have already been shared. Okay, so like 25% of the evidence has already been shared with David and them. Now, what I will say, not that David needs me to advocate for him, but I do try to look at this from all sides and think about what actually is the most fair. And I think it's not really fair to expect somebody to move forward and defend themselves when they're facing like possibly up to the death penalty, and they only have 25% of the evidence that you plan to use against them. Like, I don't think that's fair. So I don't really blame Blair Burke in that particular case for saying, no, we're not ready to move forward. We only got 10 terabytes of data so far. The prosecutor said they got 40. So we're going to need a little bit more of it before we can move forward on this preliminary hearing for a death penalty case. Thank you. The prosecutor said this discovery alone could take months. The judge rescheduled the preliminary hearing to June 29th, and there will be another status conference in about a month on June 17th. Okay, so then a shout out to Kadisha Lynn. We're going to watch
David Wing.
We are going to watch her video. Let me just set up my speakers the right way. Hopefully this works. Let me get my very advanced audio set up here. Pulled back hairline, you said? Okay, let's see. All right. It's getting a little toasty in here. All right. So I want to go to Kadisha Lynn. Oh, I hope this audio works.
Winked at his attorney as his preliminary hearing got pushed back.
Can y'all hear it?
David winked at his attorney as his preliminary hearing got pushed back once again. Today, there was a status conference to talk about the preliminary hearing that was supposed to happen next week after David's team said that they wanted this to be speedy, but it seems like that is not the case. Right. And once again, the prosecution is doubling down, saying they really don't want this. They said, you guys are the ones that wanted this to be speedy, so let's go, we're ready. The reason David's team was saying that they needed more time is because they haven't received all of the discovery yet. They are still waiting on witness statements and that DNA evidence that the prosecutors are saying that they have. Okay. The prosecution's arguments to this were that they already submitted 10 terabytes of information, but they are now saying it's a possibility that there might be more than 40 terabytes of discovery that they need to hand over to David's team. So far, the prosecutors are saying that they have submitted the iCloud data, forensic evidence, and lab reports, LAPD reports, photographs, arrest records, and this.
Okay, so thank you to Kadisha Lynn. They did, I guess, outline what exactly it was that they did turn over already, including David's iCloud. So that was about the 10 terabytes or so, other forensics data. But then apparently, according to one of those articles we just read, the prosecutors have not turned over the DNA or some DNA evidence.
Was interesting. They also said that they submitted extensive video evidence. Now, we know some of this discovery they actually can't hand over to David's team. They are actually going to have to go to a facility to see, and this is because they are claiming some of this terabytes of discovery is CP that was on David's phone. The prosecution was really hitting with the judge, saying this.
Right, so that we already discussed. There's certain evidence that they can't just hand over, like the grand jury transcripts and like anything related to the cheese pizza material.
The second time that we thought that they would be ready for this preliminary hearing. We have witnesses and everybody canceling their schedules, and we are ready to go. They really felt like David's team is trying to prolong this now after their arguments in the beginning that they wanted this really fast, and we're putting the pressure on the prosecution.
And I do see what they're saying, right? Like, wait a second. David's lawyers were the ones that were trying to rush this. Now David's lawyers are saying they need more time. Pick a side. But like I said earlier, I do try to look at things from all sides. And if it was me in David's situation, which God forbid I would be in David's situation. I mean, I definitely would never, ever do what David is accused of doing. But who knows? Maybe David didn't do it either. We don't know. We weren't there. Hopefully the evidence will come out and we can get a better picture, a clearer picture. But I don't necessarily see this situation as David's lawyers going back on what they had asked for, because like I said earlier, if the prosecutors are claiming they have 40 terabytes of evidence against you, but they only gave you 10, that means they got 30 more terabytes of evidence that they didn't give you yet. So I don't blame David's lawyers. I think it actually would be kind of irresponsible. It might even be negligent for David's lawyers to move forward without having more evidence. I'm not saying they need all 40 terabytes before they can move forward, but 40 terabytes and you only got 10, who knows what could be else remaining. So I don't necessarily think that this is just my opinion. I don't think that it's necessarily like David's lawyers are going back on what they had originally asked for. I think actually both sides are probably bluffing a little bit. Both sides are kind of acting like, oh, they're a little bit more ready than they maybe actually are. Because it's a game. This is lawfare. Like it or hate it.
Beth Silverman did tell the judge that she is worried that they are going to try to push out this trial for 1 to 2 years. But the judge reassured her this is one thing that she is not going to have in her courtroom.
Okay.
The judge told the prosecution that you don't have to worry about them trying to push the trial further and further, because she is somebody that wants a speedy type of trial in her courtroom.
Good.
And she's not going to let anybody keep pushing it and keep pushing it.
Good.
Which was a very interesting argument, because we know that David's team also in the beginning said that he wants a speedy trial. But in my opinion, it seems like now that they are figuring out that there are 40 terabytes of discovery and possibly even more, they are honestly not ready like they were in the beginning, trying to hit the prosecution and say, let's go, we're ready. Now it seems like it's turning the other way around.
Agreed.
David's team is making a valid point on why they are not ready for this preliminary hearing. They are saying we don't have all of the evidence to figure out basically how we are going to defend David. And after the judge agreed to push this preliminary hearing out even longer, some reporters in the room were saying that they caught David winking at his attorney before he was taken back to jail. As of right now, the new date for the preliminary hearing is June 29th, but don't hold yourself to it, because there is still a possibility that they could push this out once again. At the same time, the judge has made it very clear that there is going to be no BS of trying to prolong the inevitable in this situation. Whenever it does finally happen, after we know that they are trying to say that it might last 5 to 6 days, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of more detailed information than what we know of right now.
Because at the preliminary hearing, they can bring witnesses, they can bring evidence. It's like I said, it's like basically like a little miniature trial. There's no jury. The judge is kind of the jury there, because the standard is not guilty or innocent. The standard is just probable cause. Do we have enough here to move forward with a trial? Basically, is David getting picked on for no reason, or are the prosecutors within good reason to bring this case against David? And now I thought it was 4 to 5 days. I guess maybe it was 5 to 6 days that they are estimating that this could take. Now, who knows who they're going to call to the stand? Who knows who's going to get called to the stand during this preliminary hearing? Is it going to be Asia? Is it going to be perhaps Neo? Is it going to be David? Not David. Is it going to be Caleb Burke called to the stand? Probably there will be some type of investigators called to the stand. Like maybe whoever got the tip that led to the probable cause. Definitely the person who wrote the declaration, the LAPD officer who wrote the declaration to attach to the probable cause for an arrest warrant. That person is most likely, that officer will most likely be called. But it'll be witnesses called. It'll be evidence presented. And so I believe we are going to get a lot more information in general, and also a lot more specific information about some of the more vague things that were put into that evidence brief that we did see already. Remember, we put a 3 in the chat, put a 2 in the chat, 3 in the chat, put a 3 in the chat. If you remember reading through the evidence brief, it was like where the prosecutors finally came out and started giving some details of what they are basing this case on. It got moved from May 29th to June 29th, it appears. Yeah. Okay. I think it's called a bonnet, girl. Okay, okay, so let's finish this video. Oh, I think it is finished.
But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Okay. Shout out to Kadisha Lynn for her coverage on this case. So now let's go to, okay, that was her there. Now let's go to Arman Wiggins, who is one of my, if not my actual favorite court reporter. Okay, I think the Diddy trial might have been his first like full trial covering, but he's based over there in LA, so he's been going to the David hearings, and he is so entertaining. I did have occasion to, you know, see him. We didn't really meet each other at the Diddy trial, only went for a couple days at the very end, and then we kind of like did a little, I entered into his phone line thing on a live, like a Spaces or something he did one time, so we don't really know each other like that, but I do think he is hilarious. I think he's so entertaining, and I did link his video that we're about to watch here down below. Now, I have not watched this video yet. Oh wait, 50 minutes long? Oh girl, we're gonna have to speed it up. I thought it was like 9 minutes. Girl, hold on. Did he make one that was like a video? David versus no. Oh yeah, okay. So here's the one that's 9 minutes 48 seconds long. We'll watch this one. We'll watch this one. I don't know how the audio is going to balance. Ah, no. I'm just trying to get my screen right. Girl, I don't know why it keeps logging me out. Hold on, let me log into the right one. Okay. So this one is 9 minutes and 47 seconds long. He does have a full 50-minute long live stream that y'all just saw. I don't think we're going to watch that one today. We have other stuff to get to, but maybe we can watch some of it at some point. Let me turn the captions on. So this is the one that's like less than 10 minutes. The title of the video is David's team asked for another delay. Courtroom tension hits a new level. What are they afraid of?
All right, what's poppin', everybody? It's your boy Arman, and we're back with another video. Get in here, get in here. It's time to get into some things.
I love his soundboard.
All right. So today was a status update before the preliminary hearing that was supposed to be set on, well, that was set for May 26th.
Okay.
To get started in the David Burke versus the People trial. So not much exciting stuff happening today. They ended up pushing back the pretrial hearing to June 27th. Or 26th. And so there'll be a status update on June the 17th. Now, I knew that this was going to happen because prior to going on the record, you see the two attorneys talking, and that Beth Silverman, she is not a game. Like, she was a...
I love Arman's reporting because he is looking around the courtroom before they ever walk, before the judge ever walks in. He's taking notes. He's taking not notes physically. Maybe he is taking physical notes, but he's taking note. Who's doing what? Where's who? Who's looking what way? Who's wearing what? Like, he's giving the details I want to know. He's giving the details like a picture's worth 1,000 words. So how much is a video worth? Like millions of words. And he's given some of that context, which of course no one person can ever really fully give the full context of everything going on. That's why I think there should be cameras in every courtroom, but I digress.
Talking to, David's lawyers, and she could hear them. Well, in the midst of them conversating, you could see David's lawyers pretty much saying that they wanted to do a continuance.
Okay.
So then we get on the record. Regina looks back to her team and she goes, they want a continuance.
Okay.
But while she's talking to David's lawyer, she goes, I knew you would say that. I knew you'd say that. I knew it. But this is all before we go on the record.
See?
So this is all like before the judge comes and sits down and goes on the record. So they're pretty much talking about, how this status hearing is going to go.
Right.
And so, long story short,
so
she was already...
if you're in there and you're paying attention before the court even starts, if you're like Arman, you already know what they're going to do. You already got it now. Okay, fine, bet. Now I can pay attention to other stuff because I already know they're about to ask for a continuance.
For them to get on the record and said they want a continuance. Now, let me just back it up because we got to talk about the energy of the court.
Yes. I need to know.
So Regina Peter, she's like the younger lawyer out of Maryland and the other main attorney. I forget her name, but she's Burke. Her last name is Burke too. So there's Marilyn Bernarski, and Burke. I forget her name.
Blair Burke.
And then there's Regina Peter. So Burke and Bernarski, those are the two main lawyers.
Okay.
Then I think Peter, she's just kind of like the third lawyer on the case for David.
Okay.
She's younger, but the two head lawyers for David, they walk in and I'm like, wow, their energy is better today. And I'm trying to figure out, do they know something? Do they have something? Now, this is before we get into court and they ask for a continuance.
Okay. Now
in my mind, I'm like, oh, they knew. They were not getting ready to go to pretrial next week. They were going to delay this even more.
Right.
So, but I see Regina walking up, and me and another reporter, we're looking and we start kind of laughing because Regina has this look of doom on her face. It just looks like I'm here doing my job, but this shit is like, he did it. And there's no way we're winning this case.
Okay.
Like, that's how she looks, in my opinion. That's what I wrote down. Beth Silverman, she came in looking really refreshed.
Okay, so Arman is saying the younger lawyer on David's case, like she's kind of the one that's like not really the main lawyer or whatever. There's like two main lawyers. Blair Burke's the lead lawyer, and then there's this other Gamertsky lady, and then Rebecca. And Rebecca Peter is like looking like she has a look of doom on her face. Now, it could be she was just up all night for the last several nights writing stuff, because usually if you're the least senior member on the team, you're doing a lot of the paper, you're pushing a lot of the paper. Okay, it's very exhausting. So she might have been, she might have been going through something else, who knows. But I do appreciate that Arman is saying what it looked like to him, because he was in there, we weren't.
When you see a person, they're like, you had a good night's rest. She looked good. Her hair was brushed really nicely.
So now he's talking with the prosecutor, Beth Silverman. She looked, on the other hand, she looked refreshed. She looked like she brushed her hair. She was the one that flipped her hair and said, oh, we'd be happy to move right along. I'm ready to go trial in 90 days. So she was looking good, but David's, less senior lawyer was looking doom and gloom on her face. Like, oh man, David did it, basically, is what David's lawyer looked like, according to Arman, who was in there and I was not.
Had on a olive or like a money green. It was like money green suit with gold accessories. She was ready.
Okay.
And she looked freaking good. You know what I mean? But I also think that she knew that they were going to push back. And even in that, she's kind of like, and as she's talking to David's lawyers, she's like, we're ready. We've been ready. We're waiting for you guys to get with it. So like at this point, she's now getting frustrated. So that's where she goes and says they want a continuance. And so then
this again, I hate to beat a dead horse. I think it's kind of silly for Beth Silverman to be frustrated that David's team's not ready to move forward, when it's Beth Silverman who needs to turn over the information. Like, if she wants to get frustrated at somebody, this is just me being fair. In my opinion, I think this is me being fair. Like, looking at the both sides, like, if Beth Silverman wants to get frustrated that somebody's not ready to move forward, why doesn't Beth Silverman turn over the evidence to David's side? I'm not talking about the CP. I'm not talking about the stuff she's not legally allowed to turn over, but like, she's saying on the one side of her mouth, and look, listen, I'm usually not on the side of prosecutors, okay? So usually I'm going hard against prosecutors. I'm going hard against LAPD, especially LAPD, and I'm usually going hard against them because they are the public servants. They owe a duty to us. They work for the betterment of society. That's us. They work for the people. They only derive their power from the consent of the governed. That's us. And so Beth Silverman wants to say on one side of her mouth, I'm frustrated, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to get this going. Well, girl, then get it going by turning over the evidence. You can't like let someone sit in jail and rot away and be mad that they're not ready to defend themselves against ghosts. Who even knows what they have? Again, I say this all the time. David has to have a fair trial, because if he doesn't, guess what? Not only is it just bad, because the government should give everybody a fair trial, that's constitutional right, but also he could get off. If he doesn't get a fair trial and he's able to prove that, then he can walk free. I want David to get the most fair trial that there is, because when the jail doors clank behind him, if he's proven to be guilty, I don't want him being able to get out. I don't want him being able to stand guilty of these horrible, horrendous things, some of the worst things you could even imagine, much less do, and just walk free, picking daisies or doing whatever else. No, he needs a fair trial. And that means he has a right to a speedy trial. So Beth Silverman can play theatrics all she wants to, this prosecutor. But if she's really ready to go, she should turn over the evidence. She's saying it's going to take months. On one side of her mouth, she's saying, I'm ready to go to trial. On the other side of her mouth, she's saying, but it's going to take me months to turn over the evidence. Well, then how does the defendant, take David out of it, pretend you don't know it's David, just a defendant. How does the defendant know what they're supposed to defend against? I know, like I said, I don't want it to seem like I'm, beating a dead horse. And I also don't want it to make it seem like I'm defending David, but like I kind of am in some way. Like, I don't know if David did it for sure. Do I think he did it? Kind of, yeah, I kind of do. But we have to wait and see if he did it. And we don't have the evidence. Now we have evidence of stuff. We have evidence of some stuff, and it looks pretty bad for him. And like I said, in my belief and opinion, I definitely think he did at least some of the crimes he's accused of. But if he did, that's what the evidence will show, and it shouldn't be a big deal to turn it over, right? Right or right? Okay, let's get back to Arman.
Regina goes back and she goes and starts talking to Burke, the other lawyer. I don't think Beth and Burke like each other because they don't ever talk.
Okay.
And I think, I don't get to put words in her mouth or mine, but I think that Beth pointed, she did like a little point, and she said, well, we know she lied, but it was not out loud. This is in the middle of them talking, but
not a TMZ, not a Radar Online, not a New York Post is going to tell you what Arman Wiggins will tell you. I hope he goes to every day of this trial, and I hope he is not in the overflow room, okay? He said Beth, the lead prosecutor and the lead defendant, lawyer, don't seem to like each other. Blair Burke and Beth Silverman. There's like a little go-between. And who pointed at who? One of them pointed at the other one across the room and said, well, we know she lied. Who lied? He's telling us all the tea.
Talk. And I think, I don't get to put words in her mouth or mine, but I think that Beth pointed, she did like a little point, and she said, well, we know she lied.
So Beth, the prosecutor, pointed at somebody at the defense table. It probably was Blair Burke, and said, well, we know she lied. Who lied about what? Oh, my God. This is all before the court even happens.
Not out loud. This is in the middle of them talking, but my drum like this all in their mouth. And it did go lie, and she pointed at the other lady. And then, Marilyn laughed a little bit because Marilyn, okay, so here's the thing. Bernarski and Beth are talking, but so you're in the courtroom.
Okay, so David's number 2 lawyer, not the lead one, but not the lowest one that had doom on her face. The number 2 lawyer, Beth, Gavernsky or Benornsky or whatever. She's talking to Beth Silverman. Is that right? Let me see.
And she pointed at the other lady, and then Marilyn laughed a little bit because Marilyn. Okay, so here's the thing: Bernarski and Beth are talking,
okay.
But so
lead prosecutor, the one that did the hair flip. Oh, we ready? Is talking to David's number 2 lawyer.
You have David's side and you have the prosecution side.
Okay.
You have the table over here and you have the table over here.
Mm-hmm.
So what ended up happening was Burke stayed over at her table.
Blair.
Marilyn Bernarski, she comes over to this side. So now she's sitting at Beth Silverman's table. She's sitting like this, talking to Beth.
Okay.
Burke is back there at another table. Beth is leaned in, facing her, talking like this. I'm 2 rows behind, looking like this. So I'm reading everybody's mouth because I'm looking like that. You know what I mean? So
give us the
I got a clear shot of what's being said. Okay.
Okay.
So they're talking, and so then when everything went down, Beth then turned to her team this way, which is directly in my face, and say, they want a continuance.
Okay.
This is all before the record.
All before the record.
So anyway,
okay.
So Bernarski's sitting here.
David's lawyer.
And she's talking to Beth. But there's other lawyers here, like sitting on this couch right here. Mm-hmm. And so Bernarski's kind of like talking to everybody, explaining why they need more time before the judge gets here. Mm-hmm. Beth goes, no, hey, talk to me. You're talking to me. You're not talking to them. You're talking to me.
Okay. So Beth is like, stop. What are you doing? Why are you making this a team announcement? This ain't a team's meeting, girl. You're talking to me. Talk to me. That's the lead prosecutor. Said that to David's number 2 lawyer.
I'm like, oh, that lady, I like her. She's a B. She's a B. But, I mean, she's about her business, though. It's no shade. And so they were having that sidebar. And essentially, she's just like, no, you're talking to me. Let's get it like, at some point we got to iron this out. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. So then the judge takes a stand, we get on the record, and the judge asks the defense, are they ready?
Okay.
And pretty much that's when they announced they needed more time. So they're requesting the date of June 29th. They said, so Beth said, we've turned over as much as information that we had, like we turned it all over things. This is going to be a continuance of evidence that's going to have to keep getting turned over. They have more than enough. They have lab reports, LAD police reports, video recordings, forensic.
This is where I'll say I'll disagree. And it's only because I have the ability to put myself in the defendant's spot. I have been falsely accused in civil court, not criminal court, of stuff. And like, just imagine you're getting accused of something. Maybe you didn't do it. Maybe you did do it. But even if you did do it, the government has to make their case. So just because the government is saying, oh, we gave you more than enough, that don't make it true. There might be a huge smoking gun. Actually, there's a whole entire constitutional Supreme Court precedent progeny, the Brady cases, that say that the prosecutors have to turn all of the evidence that they have over, whether it be inculpatory, whether it be exculpatory, whether it be something that could help David prove his innocence, or whether it be something that will make David way more guilty. The prosecutors have actually a duty to turn that stuff over. So just because the prosecutors are standing up there saying, Your Honor, we're ready to move forward, they have more than enough. Depending on who you ask, because if they saying they got 40 terabytes on me, I'm gonna need to see about at least 30 something before I'm gonna say I got enough. Again, I just wanted to differentiate my opinion here. Oh, shout out to Kadisha Lynch, she's in here. We watched your video a little while ago, the one with the wink.
Photos, recordings, they have a bunch of stuff already that they can go through. It feels like David's team is just...
And they might have gone through it. That's the other thing. They might have gone through it. But again, like, let's say, there's always this talk about a smoking gun. Let's say they have the murder weapon. Let's say the prosecutors have the murder weapon. And is the murder weapon a bunch of terabytes? No. Let's just say they do. We don't know if they do or they don't. But let's just say they have it. It is actually unconstitutional for them to proceed to trial without turning that over to David. It would violate his rights, and then he would be able to get off. Kind of like the Alec Baldwin situation. You remember that? But put a 4 in the chat. If you remember Alec Baldwin's situation where he got off after shooting and killing somebody because Brady. Put a 4 in the chat if you remember that. Do we want that to happen in the David case? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do we want that to happen in the David case where the prosecutor doesn't turn over something very important and then David walks free? Do we want that to happen? Yes or no? I'm going to put no. I'm putting no in the chat myself. I'm voting myself here. No. I don't want that to happen. Now, I also don't want David or anyone to go to jail for something they did not do, but somebody needs to pay for what happened to Celeste. And if it ain't going to be David, I hope they planning on charging whoever it is going to be and going through with a trial on that. So I understand where Arman's coming from. He's saying they should be ready to move forward. Beth is ready to move forward, but we do have the Constitution in the United States. And I would venture to wager, I don't know, like I said, I don't know Arman, but I would venture to wager if Arman was being accused by the government of something, he would not want to move forward with his preliminary hearing with 10 terabytes of data when there was 40. I can absolutely see. I don't like Blair Burke, but I can absolutely see why she would not want to move forward without having the information. It's actually unconstitutional for the prosecutors not to turn this stuff over. But I see where they're going, with it, and I see what they're trying to do with the media aspect of it. Like, oh, well, what are they scared of? They don't know. What are they scared of? They don't know. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of monsters under the bed. We're not going to show you which ones they are. Could be Mike, could be Sully, could be Randall, could be a pile of socks, girl. They don't know what they're scared of. They don't have any idea what the prosecutors have. They haven't even gotten half of the discovery turned over. Right.
Drag this along because that's all they got. They want it all, but there's no way to fully, with a case like this and it's 40 terabytes of data, there's no way you're going to get everything before the preliminary hearing. At some point, you got to take what you can. It's like, we got to have the hearing. They were saying that this is going to take months,
right about that.
In order to get all the information up to them. So even all the way up until the trial, sometimes the day before, it takes that much time. And so Beth's issue is...
It does and it doesn't. It does and it doesn't. Some things you're waiting on other people. Some things you're waiting for a forensics report from a lab in Sweden or something. There's only one person, one guy that does these things and he got 4 trials going on first. Or maybe they're waiting for a write-up from an expert. And maybe it's like, okay, you gave the expert their deadline. The expert got to get it in the day before trial. It finally drops. Okay, there's certain amounts of that. But really, there's duty. The constitutional duty upon the prosecutors. They can't just drop evidence the day before trial. They have to give all the evidence they plan, at least to the judge, and a list of things that they intend to rely on. I think it's 2 weeks before the trial starts, just to clarify that. Right. Kadisha Lynn, good point. This is true. This is not the trial. Okay, what we're talking about is just the preliminary hearing. So Kadisha Lynn said, I agree with this, but also the preliminary is the bare minimum. They don't have to have everything yet. Correct. Absolutely correct. And the threshold is different. Like, remember when I told y'all earlier, there's no jury here at the preliminary hearing. It's like a little miniature trial. It's like a miniature trial just before the judge. And really, I mean, the standard is not high. The standard is not very high. Probable cause is way lower standard than like death penalty guilty. The judge agrees they need more time, but also telling the defense they can't keep dragging, wanting it all. Exactly. So the judge is saying, I'm not going to be letting, and like we watched Kadisha Lynn's video a while ago, she said, I'm not going to be letting, don't worry, prosecutor. I'm not going to be letting them just drag this along. We are going to be having a preliminary hearing, but I'm going to need y'all to turn over a little bit more than 10 out of 40 terabytes. Now, is there a magical number where poof, all of a sudden, twinkle, magic wand, okay, that's the exact number of terabytes where we can move forward with the preliminary hearing? No, it really goes by a case-by-case circumstance for each case, and the judge is going to rely on the totality of the circumstances. Also, remember, the judge has more information in this situation and in this particular case than anybody, and especially way more than us. So the judge knows way more about what's going on, what has been turned over, what hasn't been turned over. The judge has access to things that we probably are never going to have access to. So I think, there is a little bit of a middle ground that this judge is having to kind of try to find, especially at this case, because the judge is going to be the one in charge of the preliminary hearing and determining whether there's probable cause. Now, my suspicion is the judge is going to find probable cause. I think the judge is going to find probable cause. And I think that this is just my suspicion. This is my prediction. Y'all remember that evidentiary brief that the government filed where they were like, Celeste was going to tell people stuff about David, and it was like 9 pages long. It came out the date of the last round of these little hearings. Celeste was going to threaten to this, and he had the blue swimming pool, and he had these orders on the Amazon, and the this and the that brief, that 9-page brief. I think the judge is going to hold the prosecutors to that evidence that they mentioned there. So if they're saying, for example, this is just total hypothetical, I'm just pulling it out of thin air, but if the prosecutors said, for example, David ordered the swimming pool under the name Victoria Mendez, the judge is going to at least hold the prosecutors, this is my suspicion, my prediction, the judge is going to at least hold the prosecutors to the standard of turning over the evidence that made them think that. Why do you think that David ordered it? How do you know, for example, it was David and not actually the groundskeeper named Victoria Mendez? Another example, the California transit worker found the ID, Celeste's passport card, on the side of the road. The judge is going to require, I think, the prosecutors to turn over evidence to David's side that shows that. A copy of the ID, the exact location where it was found, an affidavit, or at least the identity of the Cal transit worker and the circumstances that led to him finding the ID. Things like that. I don't think the judge is going to let David's team request any and everything if it wasn't mentioned in that evidence brief. That is my prediction. I agree. Kadisha Lynn said, I agree. I think David's team is also strategic. They definitely, and they want as much as they can get. So they have a jump start on how in the world they're going to defend this. Honestly, I completely agree. And they are starting in the dugout while the prosecutors are on third base. Because Beth Silverman has already done miniature trials of sorts on this case 3 times. So she's about to get a 4th try. David's lawyers don't even know what the hell the prosecutors got out of all those hearings, because David's lawyers are not legally required to be allowed to be in that grand jury proceeding. And I don't think David was in there either. So the prosecutors, like I said, they're starting on third base, and David's lawyers are hitting in the dugout. So I can see why David's lawyers would have the strategy of trying to get as much information extracted out of these prosecutors as possible at this point. And we are talking about someone's life. Like, David is possibly facing the death penalty here. So even though it may end up turning out to be the case that by a jury of David's peers, he is determined to need to lose his life as a consequence for what he did to Celeste, we haven't reached that point yet. And he is owed a fair trial at this point. So you're trying to make me believe he went to Santa Barbara to discard an ID? No, I'm definitely not trying to make anybody believe anything, frankly. Y'all don't have to believe shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just putting together, guesses based on what evidence has been made available to the public. If he didn't order the items, why didn't he call the bank and dispute the charges? These are questions that would probably need to be asked. No clue. Oh, not me. Okay. I was like, girl, no, I'm not trying to make anybody believe anything. Y'all don't have to believe anything I say. All right, let's get back to Arman Wiggins' video.
I don't want this to be drug out over years before we get to a preliminary. Like, they're dragging it. Every time they come to court for the status update, they find a way to try to drag it and extend the preliminary. So right now, they're just literally running. And at some point, we've got to catch the mouse and get started because we're ready to rock and roll.
Need to get started.
They have enough evidence to see what we have. Like, build your case at this point. You know what I'm saying? So then the judge asked, is it realistic to start the preliminary, Ms. Bernarski? Are these, is it realistic that you're going to start the, preliminary in June 29th?
Right.
And she said,
well, so the judge is like, all right, you're asking for another month. You already asked for another few extra 4 weeks, 3 weeks already. Here we are again. I don't want to keep coming back here a month, another month, another month. The judge said, y'all are now saying June 29th, but is that a realistic timeline? Because I don't want to keep doing this. The judge asks to David's lawyer.
We can do that, but we also don't know yet. So she's still leaving room to extend it in BS if they have to. Now, the judge did say we will not spend years getting ready for the preliminary. So the status hearing is going to be on June 17th. The preliminary is going to be on schedule for June 29th. This could still change. This could still get extended. This could still get drawn out because David's team is doing a great job by stalling. So let's talk about that for a second. Is it frustrating?
Okay, I just want to pause that for a second. Canadian Crystal said, so since the cheese pizza stuff isn't part of the current charges, does that mean his defense won't be allowed to access that material? Yes, but also no. So the fact that the CP isn't part of his current charges doesn't have any effect on whether or not his lawyers can access it. The issue is the prosecutors already have indicated to the judge that they are going to be relying on the CP to make their case. And their case is that David killed Celeste in part because she was going to expose him for something about their relationship. And as we have seen now with Jayoma, defense lawyers will say, expose what? He didn't have any inappropriate relationship with her. One of the other charges that David is facing is having an inappropriate relationship, an illegal relationship with Celeste because of her age and his age at the time. Specifically, she was under 14 years old when this alleged by prosecutors illegal relationship started. And so David's lawyers could easily say, no, all we have is some live streams with them. And the prosecutors are saying, okay, here's the evidence of the illegal relationship. So the CP kind of is part of his current charges, even though he's not being charged with the possession or distribution of CP yet. Now, I think he might be charged with that eventually, federally. And I think that's why there was FBI at the raid of his home, but that's just me speculating. But the prosecutors, importantly, have indicated not only do they allegedly, they claim to have CP material of David and Celeste, but also that is going to be evidence they are going to rely on in this preliminary hearing. And that is going to be evidence. One piece of evidence doesn't have to be evidence for more than one crime, but one piece of evidence can be used as evidence to support the elements of more than one crime. And so how I understand it is, the prosecutors are going to be using the CP evidence as evidence to support their claim that he had an illegal relationship with Celeste, but also evidence to support their claim that David killed her to keep it private. Now, The second part of the clause here, does that mean David's defense won't be allowed to access the material? No, that's not what that means. Because if the prosecutors are going to rely on evidence at all in this preliminary hearing or in the trial, or even if they're not going to rely on it, but it would tend to be exculpatory or inculpatory, they have to let David's lawyers see it. However, that's why I was like, yes and no, because it's a tricky and a very complex issue because it is specifically CP. There are certain ways that it has to be handled. The prosecutor is definitely not allowed to just turn it over on a flash drive. There's certain procedures that have to be followed for David's defense team to see it. And I don't think any and everybody gets to see it. The judge definitely already said David don't get to see it. He don't get to have access to it in the jail for sure. He doesn't get to have it on a laptop. I don't know if that means he can't see it, like be driven to a center somewhere to see it. I'm actually not exactly sure. Because I think if the government is going to rely on evidence to put you in the death penalty, I do think you ought to be able to see it. But then that opens a weird scenario where it's like, wait, you want David? You're telling me David gets to see the CP that he allegedly, according to prosecutors, made with Celeste in any center, in any context, in any circumstance? That seems weird. But it also seems weird to not allow a defendant in general to see all the evidence being used against them. So I don't exactly know why wouldn't he be able to see it? Well, like I keep saying, I don't know if you're listening or you're just typing comments, but like I keep saying, it is CP material according to the government. So since they have classified it as that, there are certain things that have to be done, including circumstances under which anybody can view the material. They cannot just upload cheese pizza material and hand it over to David's lawyers. Also, the judge has determined David cannot have a laptop with CP material on it in the jail. So since David is in jail with no bail and he can't leave the jail except to go to court, I'm not exactly sure how it would work of David being able to see it. Again, I keep saying I don't exactly know the procedures of what does have to be going on. Kadisha Lynn said, I think it'll be like Diddy, and that was a federal case. After a while, he will get access to them in the facility. The jail facility? Okay. Some of y'all are getting on my nerves. Goodbye. Okay. Sure the prosecution would believe he knows what's in the vids. He shouldn't be allowed to get... Well, because the other reason of why he wouldn't be allowed to see it is because if the whole thing is like he made this illegal content and it's illegal to view and it's illegal to possess and he had a sick fantasy about it and somehow his PDF philia, alleged by prosecutors, was incorporated in it, then it would kind of be weird to just let him, like, he might get off to seeing it or something that, you know, kind of nasty. Also don't know how they're going to like deal with it in court, but they do have procedures. I just don't know them. Kadisha Lynn said, I think so, like a room in the jail, just him and the attorneys. Got it. Okay. All right. So we'll see how that turns out. Let's see what else Arman had to say about, he was in the courtroom yesterday in the status conference.
For us, the media, yes. Is it even more frustrating for Beth's going to be on schedule for June 29th? This could still change. This could still get extended. This could still get drawn out because David's team is doing a great job by stalling. So let's talk about that for a second. Is it frustrating for us, the media? Yes. Is it even more frustrating for Beth Silverman? Absolutely.
I don't know if I count as the media. I don't really think I do. I think I'm just a girl on the internet. It's not frustrating for me. What was frustrating for me was when they didn't arrest anybody yet. But I'm happy to have David have as much time as he wants. Because when the jail doors closed behind him, I do not want him bitching about not having gotten enough time or a fair trial. You see Diddy and his lawyers are all up in that appeals court, and they basically almost got those 3 appeals judges convinced that Diddy needs to walk. We don't need that happening anymore. Y'all saw Alec Baldwin shoot somebody and she died, and the trial didn't even really happen. I don't want that happening here. So it don't frustrate me not one bit. He can have 2, 3, 5, 7 more months. Take as much time as you need, baby boy, because when the jail doors clank behind him, not just me, because Arman said, is it frustrating for us, the media? I don't really know if I count as media, but he said yes. It ain't frustrating to me. It was frustrating to me when they weren't making any arrests. That was frustrating. It was frustrating to me when 7, 8, 9 months went by and we didn't know her cause of. That was frustrating when we didn't know the cause of death. Nobody's telling us anything. That was frustrating. But now it's moving along. This is just part of it. This is maybe it's because I follow trials a lot. I'm pretty much used to this and I expect it. Nick Reiner was arrested 5, 6 months before David was, and his trial is doing the same thing. So it's just part of it. You just kind of learn to live with the timelines of things.
She's locked, loaded, ready to go. She has all the evidence that she needs. She has a solid case. She believes. And on David's end, I think it's strategy to keep dragging this out so they can figure out what is their angle. Because like I told you, I don't think that they really fully understood the scope of what's...
They didn't. And they still don't. Like they were probably they were probably completely destabilized by that evidence brief. And that's why they wanted to keep it closed and sealed. They were like, oh my God. Y'all really think David sat there and told them all that stuff that was on his phone? Probably not. Probably not. So they probably have no idea what they're even about to be fighting against.
Going on here or what they were actually going to be enduring. So I think that the only thing that they can do right now is drag this out, because once they go to trial, this might be the end. So I think they're trying to avoid locking in to this trial. And so what Beth Silverman is saying is asking the judge to not allow them to keep doing this, because ultimately this is what she said, it feels like we're all being held hostage at this point. My investigators, my witnesses, I'm asking people not to take vacations. I'm asking people to be available because they need to testify. We're ready to go. They have information. Why do they keep dragging this out? Well, they're dragging this out because they're not prepared. And It's a legal strategy. They want all the information, and hell, they got to figure out. I feel like they got to figure out their angle. And
I think the judge may allow for one more continuance. So we may be looking at end of July. Now this might actually come through in June. Might actually. Mary said, can his lawyers drop him? And Robert said that's why there are rumors of Burke dropping David. I think Bruce Rivers is kind of single-handedly responsible for that, because he apparently maybe has done cases across from her or something before, or he somehow is familiar with it. But yes, David's lawyers can drop him, but after a certain point, a judge can deny dropping. So like if they get really close to trial, the judge can say, no, you've done this much. In for a penny, in for a pound. But yeah, I think at this point they still could drop him. And we did see that again in the Nick Reiner case. Alan Jackson was his attorney and then dropped him.
I'm like, I don't understand completely why they're dragging this out, because the evidence is the evidence. I don't know what's going to change, but ultimately this is a stalling tactic before they get on the record. So I don't know, not much fireworks today, but we'll be back. But David's team, as of right now, they are running from this preliminary hearing. And ultimately.
So shout out to Arman Wiggins, and big thank you to him for actually going and being in the court. Now that was just a 9-minute, 47-second clip. This was, okay. So this 50 minutes actually is not from yesterday. So that was the only thing from yesterday. Earlier in the live, I had gone to this. I was in the courtroom, but this is actually from 2 weeks ago, the last time they pushed it off. So that actually wasn't from yesterday. But if you are interested in Arman's coverage from that first status conference 2 weeks ago, then you can and should go and check out his channel. I did link the video down below that we just watched. So make sure, I don't know how you could possibly not, know about Arman Wiggins at this point, but anyway, moving right along, he wasn't the only one who went to the courthouse. There was another YouTuber who went over there.
Okay, people.
And Trap Lore Ross is the name he is known by and goes by. And his video is about 25 minutes long. Let me speed it. I'm going to speed up the playback speed to 1.25. And I haven't watched this myself. We're going to watch it together and see what he had to say. If what he has to say differs in any way, if he has any more context, any more details, and which parts of it are overlapping with Arman. Now, why are grown people wearing these stickers on their face like this? Girl.
Okay, people, I'm back. I'm at the courthouse once again. I've just seen the David trial in person once again, and we've got some very
quick update correction. It wasn't a trial. It was a status conference.
Interesting updates. I did see David in the flesh again. He walked through, and in my opinion, I would say this time, I feel like David was maybe looking a little bit more, I don't want to say nervous, but he looked kind of humbled by the experience. He kind of walked in, sort of his head ducked down.
Okay. Sarah said Murdoch conviction was just overturned. Too many cases involving loss of life being overturned, in my opinion. Everything needs to be perfect to keep this from happening with David. I agree completely. Yeah, the youths, but Trap Lord Ross got to be in his late 30s, girl. We not youths no more. We Uncle Auntie age.
Sort of like peered up like that. I feel like he was looking a little bit downtrodden, a little bit humbled. He kind of had his head down. But we saw some very, very interesting people. I'm seeing some legal folks walking out right now. I don't know if we can show them. We've got some of the folks in the courtroom. I'll keep it real with you. I was waiting outside to go into the trial, and I locked eyes with David's lawyer, Blair Burke. I locked eyes. She kind of stared me out. I'm not going to lie to you. Maybe she heard some of the comments that I made about David's haircut. David had a haircut. His hair was looking shorter. He was looking a little bit sharper this time.
See, we're getting some conflicting reports, because we read earlier from, I think, Court TV or TMZ, his hair got longer. But now Trap Lord Ross is saying David's hair appears to have been cut. I don't know which is which. None of this wouldn't even need to be up for debate if they would just put cameras in the courtroom, but alas.
There were some interesting updates, okay? So I had my notepad out this time in the courtroom, and we got some interesting updates, okay? So initially, they were basically planning to have this hearing on the 26th of May, and basically, they were planning to have this hearing on the 26th of May. I think that's now been postponed. It looks like it's going to be pushed to, I believe, either July the 3rd or I think it was June the 23rd that was actually proposed. That wasn't accepted. Then they ended up accepting June the 17th. So there's going to be another hearing. Now, there wasn't any like huge grisly updates in.
He got his dates wrong. June 17th is going to be the next status hearing. Basically, what happened yesterday, it's happening again. And then the end of June, like whatever it was, 26th, 29th, will be the preliminary hearing, allegedly.
Incident. Fortunately, we didn't find out anything else horrible, because there's been some dates we've gone to where some of the details coming out in the courtroom are just heartbreaking. But with this one, it was really just an update of some of what was going on. So essentially, we were back at the issue of the evidence taking days to upload. The defense team were basically saying that they felt like they're still not getting all the files that they need. Apparently, the DA's been working overtime trying to get all the files over there. It's taking days to upload. As I said, it was brought up before that there was 40 terabytes worth of evidence against David digitally. That apparently, some people have said that that was just all illegal videos of him with the young girl, but it's not just that, okay? And apparently there are a handful of really significant pieces of evidence that have now been officially uploaded. So basically the DA said that they would be turning over all relevant materials. They've been going over and beyond. They said something like they've been trying to use evidence.com because there's so much evidence. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to go look up evidence.com. But apparently they've now handed over.
Yeah, what's evidence.com? Let's go to it. I guess it's just some type of website. Interagency domain, United States, myagency.evidence.com, whatever that is. I don't know what evidence.com is, girl.
10 terabytes of 40 terabytes, and currently in their possession, the defense now has David's iClouds, the LAPD reports on all the arrests and all the incidents and run-ins that he's had. I wonder if that also includes the police report from when allegedly the LA Sheriff's Department came to David's crib and told him face-to-face that Celeste was a minor. I would be very...
That is going to be a huge piece of evidence, in my opinion. When there's like a few like really, really important moments in the case where I feel like if David can... or his lawyers can combat them, then we might be in trouble for a guilty finding. One of those really important points is, what if David tries to say, I didn't know how old she was. She had fake IDs. She would, drive the car. She knew how to drive. She knew how to this. She did this and that. I didn't know how old she was. Well, that all goes straight out the window. 777 in the chat. That all goes straight out the window if there is video proof, not just somebody writing it, but video and audio proof from a body camera that says, no, there was cops over there at David's house in February 2024. Not only from Riverside County, but also from LAPD or from LA Sheriff or whatever. And both of them told him in February 2024, and we have body camera of it, that she was a minor. And here's David on camera going, oh, I didn't know she was a minor. So that's going to be able to completely eliminate his defense, in my opinion, that he didn't know how old she was. Because in order to be found guilty of a crime, you have to have formed the mens rea, the requisite mental capacity to commit the crime. Now, David, I'm sure his lawyers are going to pull out all kinds of stops, all right? But one of the things that I think is going to be difficult here is if David just says, I didn't know how old she was. She acted older. She had fake IDs. I thought they were real. She had passports. She was able to travel. She was able to fly. Now, there might be all kind of other evidence that the prosecutors have that is able to prove that David did know how old she was, at least by some point. But what Traveler Ross is saying here is like, all right, does the evidence that got turned over to David include, for example, proof or evidence of some type that David did find out how old she was for sure? Now, if you're asking me, what do I really think? I really think he knew how old she was the whole time. I think he met her when he was still 17, which still, if you're 17 years old and you're trying to hang out with an 11-year-old, ew, or even talk to an 11-year-old, like, don't you remember like how much older somebody from like just like 2 grades older than you seemed when you were 11? Like 11, you're in 6th grade and then there's 8th graders. Like, that's a huge difference. So if you're 11 and somebody's 17, that's still basically grown man as far as, 11-year-old is concerned. But David can possibly say he didn't know. Now, could that be a lie? Probably. But I don't know. I don't know these people. I certainly wasn't there when they had these discussions. But I hope there is body camera proof that David was informed. Not just a cop, because then what? David can say, oh, the cop lied. He didn't tell me that. That's not true. Then what are we going to go on? That's why I'm a huge advocate for video, also inside the courtroom.
Interested to know if that's the report that they got. They said they got all the LAPD reports. Apparently all photos. Now, I don't know if that means literally all photos from David's iClouds or like literally all photos that are going to be intended to be used in the case, but the words used in the courtroom were all photos have been uploaded. They've uploaded lab reports. I believe they've uploaded videos. Now, all of David's iCloud would suggest that they have potentially uploaded the illegal videos or the videos that include Celeste that are not good, all right? They're saying that all the videos have been uploaded, the whole iCloud, his arrest reports, and forensic evidence. So a whole lot of evidence, about 25% of the evidence that they have has been uploaded, and they're going to keep uploading regardless of the dates. Okay, apparently the detectives have been like trying so hard to upload all the information. They're using all these outdated systems, and basically they're saying that the discovery in this case is going to take months. They've only got a quarter of what they want to upload at this point, and they're trying to get more into the cloud so that the defense can actually see what's going on. Now, apparently people, lawyers and all that kind of thing, they changed their schedules to be at the hearing. The DA basically said delays are holding everyone hostage and that they need to agree on their dates and they need to stop moving stuff along. The DA basically...
So that's one thing Arman Wiggins did also say, this like, the DA said they feel like they're getting held hostage. She's like, I told people to cancel their vacations. They can't even take a vacation. I'm trying to get this thing done. And David and them over there, they dragging their feet after acting like they were so ready. Let's go. Giddy up.
Look, I know there's a lot of evidence for you guys to get through, but at the end of the day, we need to get on with this. We can't just let this thing drag on forever. You guys want a speedy trial, and they basically said they all need to agree to stick to their dates. They set a date for I believe it was a preliminary hearing or probable cause hearing for June the 29th. So the May the 26th preliminary hearing date.
The probable cause hearing is, again, like I explained earlier, for the judge to determine during the preliminary hearing or at the end of it whether there is probable cause to proceed forward with a trial. This is not the same thing as the judge is going to find David's guilty. It's just the judge deciding yes or no, can this go forward to trial? Does the prosecution actually have enough evidence for that? And it kind of doesn't really matter what David's lawyers say to that, because the threshold is not, is David able to come up with some type of defense? Is David able to come up with an affirmative defense? It's really, can we move forward to trial and put this in the hands of a jury? It's probably going to end up being yes. That's what I would guess.
now been moved, so we're not going to be hearing about this case for over a month now, basically like a month and a half. We're not going to get any real updates.
So I see a lot of y'all in the chat like getting very, very worked up, very up in arms, and kind of like throwing everything at the wall. He knew how old she was because this. He knew how old she was because that. And y'all have to remember we're talking about a hearing and ultimately a trial. What actually happened isn't always what gets found at trial. A lot of times what actually happened gets left out in motions in limine, as hearsay, etc., etc. James Doyle, for example, he clearly knew her age when he paid another student at a school to give her a new phone since her parents took her phone. Sure. But you know what David's side is going to say? Nuh-uh. No, he didn't. Prove it. He didn't do that. That ain't what that was for. He was giving that guy a birthday present. He didn't do that. I don't know where that phone came from. The prosecution has the burden to prove that David did that. And all we know right now as the public is that is what the prosecution alleged. Now, between me and you and y'all here in the chat, yeah, I do think so. I think David knew. I think David paid. I think David gave the phone. I think he was sneaking and creeping and lurking behind the parents' back. I think it's true. But no matter what we think, David might have clearly known her age, but the prosecution has to prove it with evidence. That includes forensics, that includes physical evidence, that includes witness testimony, and they have to prove it. Not only that, at some point they have to turn all of that over to David for him to have a fair trial. So if the prosecution, as James said, can prove what they allege, which is that he paid another student at school to give Celeste the phone, yeah, absolutely. That shows he knew her age, I guess. But just because David, like, for example, could she not have been 19 years old but didn't have a job and still was on her parents' phone plan, and they took the phone even though she was 19? She never made it, obviously, to that age, but I'm just saying hypothetically, does that mean just because David gave a phone to somebody and paid somebody to give her a phone doesn't necessarily mean that he knew how old she was? And these are not things that I say to aggravate y'all or to piss y'all off or to even argue with y'all. I'm saying it because this is what's going to be argued. Just like that Jayoma guy, they're going to say nuh-uh. They're just going to say nuh-uh to everything. David didn't do that. Prove it. Prove it. And they're going to have to. Now, are they going to have to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt or even beyond a reasonable doubt to the judge? Hell no. No. But they do have to give some evidence to the judge to say, look, this is why we think David did that. Here's a affidavit from the guy, from the kid he paid or whatever. So y'all, I'm not trying to I am not trying to be like a contrarian just for the sake of it. I'm trying to intellectualize what David's team's going to probably have. Not only will they say, they're going to have to say it. They can't just go and say, oh yeah, he knew. Like to put up a defense, they have to say, okay, well, prove it, because we're not going to admit that.
Lawyer who was scowling at me outside in the hallway, Blair Burke, said that the dates that they're proposing in June are realistic, but they still don't have all the reports, so they can't say definitively exactly if they're going to be ready. They're going to try their best. They're basically trying to work informally with the DA to get discovery quicker. They're basically going outside the formal procedure to try and get these 40 terabytes, and they just can't seem to get it. Now look, if they need some help, right, I'm pretty good at transferring files. I feel like I could have got you 40 terabytes since the last court date, but I don't know, they'd be working with some outdated internet, some ethernet. I don't know what they're working with, okay? Now the judge encouraged both sides to work together, not to be combative, and just try and get each other the information that they needed.
Yeah, right.
And essentially we're looking at June the 17th, I believe, was the next court date that's been accepted. And the judge made it very clear. She said, look, we don't take summer breaks like this. We ain't teachers, all right? We don't take summer breaks. We're going to be in here all summer long.
She said we don't take summer breaks. We ain't teachers.
Trying to get to the bottom of this case and this trial, and they're basically they're not about to just sit on their hands and let this thing go. This is going to be going on all through the summer. They're going to be doing absolutely everything they can to get this case dealt with. And essentially, yeah, so we're not going to hear anything else for a month, but we are going to be able to get basically some progress into next month, and the judge is just not having any more delays. So I personally feel like it was interesting today. Now I'm fairly certain, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 1,000% sure, but I'm pretty sure I saw David's dad actually sitting in the gallery. I'm certain it was him. I did actually see a few faces that I recognized. Obviously I see David's lawyers in the hallway. I see a few journalists, but yeah, everybody was kind of here to observe the proceedings when David was brought out. kind of like last time, it was almost like there was a bit of a chill in the room. The energy kind of got very dark. It kind of got very hushed and quiet in the courtroom. He came out sort of with his head bowed. He looked kind of, on more of a kind of like he'd been humbled by the universe, really. He looked a little bit, obviously.
Ashley said, we would have to assume that since he paid a classmate of hers at a junior high, that common sense would have told him she's not of legal age. We can assume that. The jury can also assume that. But David's defense team is not going to assume nothing. They're not going to assume anything. They're going to say, oh, no, we knew they were friends, but we didn't know that Celeste said she was held back. Celeste said she was a bad student. She failed 5 times. Those 19-year-olds in 6th grade. She was one of them. He didn't know. David's just a sheltered Pentecostal kid. He didn't know anything. This is what David's lawyers are going to say. I don't believe this. I think David knew from the first moment he met her when she was 11 years old. I think he knew exactly how old she was. But they're not going to assume anything on David's side. They're going to force the prosecution to prove stuff that's so obvious to us. Now, thankfully, if it's obvious to us, it's probably going to be obvious to a jury. But we don't know. Thanks so much, Ambrose, for the $10 super chat. Oh, thank God she's back. Literally missed your show so much. Thank you for that $10 super chat. I know I was kind of starting to be like, all right, I'm ready to get back to my show. AstroTurfing was going on in the court hallway. Just don't be buying them t-shirts, y'all. No, it wasn't buying t-shirts. It was getting handed t-shirts and getting paid to wear them. That's what the allegations were at the Diddy trial. Yeah, and it works. That's the thing too, y'all. When all the evidence was put out against Diddy and we were reading those complaints and stuff, they had him dead to rights. We thought he was going to be in jail for the rest of his freaking life. Guess what? He's going to walk out in a year and a half or whatever. I mean, he got a slap on the wrist as far as I'm concerned compared to what he was facing. And I just want to be buckled up, packed up, ready, for any possible eventuality in this case. And I want the prosecutors to take as much time as it's going to need to not only, convict David, but like to actually get the truth. Because if other people were involved here, they need to be prosecuted too. I see a lot of the bot AstroTurf accounts saying like, what about the parents? What about the sister? What about the bro? What about they all need to go to trial too. They need to be prosecuted too if they had something to do with this. Any accomplice, co-conspirator, or contributor ought to be prosecuted. Just because one gets prosecuted don't mean another one can't, huh? That's my opinion.
Down. He looked like he was dealing with a lot. He looked a little bit like he was feeling the pressure. That was kind of what I got. He did speak a couple of times. He sort of spoke to the judge and just agreed and said, yeah, those dates sound good. I'm okay with that. Let's keep going. So he spoke. He was more talkative than he was last time. Last time he only said yes, ma'am. This time he said a couple of words and sort of ummed along with what the judge was saying. Okay. But that was kind of the whole of it. So we got the update. We are going to be finding out what's going on within the next month. But I'm out here at the courthouse now. We got the media out here. It's not kind of as crazy as it has been on previous days. Obviously, there was kind of more crazy days where we ended up having like some really big bombshells that were dropped. I'm not sure if we're going to get a big update like that for a month, but we're out here, man. And we're getting to the bottom of it. I'm attending the trial. I'll be attending the next date. So I'm going to tap in with my guy, Young Camel, man. He was in the courtroom with me. You're now a regular at the David trial, man. You're a regular journalist at this thing. What were your thoughts? Because I was just explaining kind of the vibes that I got when David walked in the courtroom. I felt like he was kind of looking a bit down.
I don't know who this guy is, but apparently he was in the courtroom too. So let's see what he has to say.
And had his head kind of ducked down. He spoke a couple times, but what was your experience in the courtroom like? What did you think from your perspective?
Man, David was thinking, I'm cooked. Right when he walked into the courtroom, man, he had his head down. It looked like he hasn't been stretching in a minute. He looked real stiff in the back, He didn't look around too much. He just kind of had his head to the floor. He looked kind of bored. He was like, man, I've been here so many times. You're about to push my court date to next month. And can we just get this process over with?
So I don't remember where I read it or saw it. I do think it was on Court TV, but I don't exactly remember. David apparently looked kind of like disappointed or aggravated that they were pushing this off again, which kind of contradicts. Like that's basically him going against his own side. Because who asked for more time? It wasn't the prosecutor. Who asked for more time was David's side, his advocates, his lawyers. So I missed his name, but this guy right here, he's saying, yeah, I was in there, and David looked aggravated that he was gonna have to wait longer. And I could see why David would be aggravated. From what I understand and from what's been reported, he is in protective custody or, pretty much like similar to solitary confinement. I understand like solitary confinement is not the same thing as isolation, is not the same thing as special housing unit, is not the same thing as protective custody. But he apparently has been pretty much in isolation where they let him out, I think, for an hour a day, and maybe not even that much. He's like allowed to take a shower every other day or something. So he's really not around the general population of the people in the jail. So I can understand, that's from going to being like chronically online and never having to be by yourself really for real for your whole life. And going from being like pretty much having handlers watch your every move and tell you what to do, what to say, what to post, what not to post. And then all of a sudden you're just alone. You're just alone in a room, in a dirty, dark, dank room, and you can only shower every other day, and you're just alone with your sick thoughts. I mean, this person's mind is probably a scary place to be. 20 years old, 21 years old or not. He was addicted to gore at a very young age. He was watching cartel executions at 13, 14 years old, according to him, apparently on the Discords. I mean, I don't know. Somebody could have made those up. But I can imagine him being like, all right, I'm ready to get up out of this cell. But then also, on the other hand, realizing if my lawyers aren't prepared, I'm going to be in this cell for the rest of my life and maybe even going to die because of what I did or because of what, might be proven in court. So let's take the time. But it's kind of like, all of us have been in situations before where it's like, all right, we don't really want to wait another however long for something, but we have to because it's actually in the long run better. So I can understand David being aggravated. He has to be in jail still for longer, and it's still, he's probably restless. He probably doesn't have any idea what's going on, which that's not me saying I feel bad for him or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, logically, reasonably, like, I have no issue putting myself into the mindset, not the mind, girl. I have a lot of issue putting myself into the mindset, but like if someone that's kind of like stuck in jail, I can imagine being like, I'm ready to get up out of here, but I also don't want to be rushing things along. So I'm stuck in here for the rest of my life either. Kind of thing. Let me see here. Thank you to Smile for the $20 super chat. Thanks for being amazing. You have to have the parents' permission to take a minor out of the country. Whoever was on her birth certificate, the parents knew. And if that's the case, just playing devil's advocate for the parents for one moment, because I always am saying, lock them up too if they did something. They could have been under a different impression. This is what I can imagine that the parents' lawyers might argue if they were prosecuted. The parents' lawyers might argue, because, defense lawyers will do anything for a paycheck. So they might argue, it's not, the parents knew that she was going to London, but they thought she was going, like Jay Elma said, on an internship. And the parents talked to Morgan Roth, and the parents thought that it was like a professional label, so Interscope, behind this thing. Like, they had no reason to believe that David was some kind of PDF file. Now, I think the parents did know. I think that's why they didn't report her found. I think Steve Fisher thinks the parents knew. I think the parents knew. And to some extent, yeah, if your child gets killed by a grown man and you knew your child was with them and you neglected in your duty to report that your child had been found because you didn't want to get in trouble, then hell yeah, prosecute the out of them. I think they knew. But just since we're playing devil's advocate over here right now, them knowing isn't a crime. There have to be specific statutory violations for them to be found guilty of anything. Now, I think there were specific statutory violations, but I don't think they knew is a statute. I think, for example, them not reporting her found and then again reporting her missing again when she went missing again, I do think that's probably some type of violation. And I'll say it again. If they had any contribution to the death of this child, they ought to face the full extent of the law as well. I do not think it is right for only one person to go down for something that many people had a hand in, and that extends to her parents, that extends to any friends, any accomplices, any managers who may have known or not known. I think that should extend to all of those people. And David should not be the only one to go down for this if he was not the only one who contributed to this. That is my opinion. I think that's the law. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much to All Paws Groomer, Kimberly, for gifting one live show membership. If you were one of the people who got that membership, please do tell All Paws Grooming. Thank you. Canadian Crystal said, you can't always blame the parents. Yeah, nothing is ever like black and white. Parents have their hands tied when it comes to keeping them in the house. But I think if David gave them anything, maybe they made her stay with him. And we're going to have to see. Now, the parents, just to be clear, have come out and denied that they ever received anything of value from David, any money, any payments. That's what they say. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't read their bank accounts or anything. Mary said, I never thought about it like that. They could definitely say they thought she was going for a different reason. And guess what else? David's little sister went on tour. David's little brother went on. They were minors. Oh, Celeste's parents. David's parents are going to be there. His parents are going to be there. He's just 18, 19 years old himself. She'll be safe. It's Interscope. You think Interscope Records going to let anything happen? Now, am I saying that I think this is what happened? No. I'm just saying, the Jayoma thing really did kind of remind me oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, we need to consider all the arguments that are going to be made because prosecutors can bring any charge they want to, but then they got to prove it. And they got to spend our tax money, particularly the people of California. They got to spend y'all's tax money to make these cases. So they need to be dang sure they can make the cases. And they need to see who is going to be, saying what, when, where, how. Now, I do have somewhat of a conspiracy theory that Interscope Records does this regularly, or people, these little spinoff labels, regularly harm children, bring them on the road, abuse them, make videos out of them, do who knows whatever, maybe do adrenochrome harvesting at this point, girl. I might believe that might even be true. And really, David is the fall guy. That's kind of a conspiracy theory I'm kind of mulling over in my head. But that doesn't mean David's innocent. It just means more people were involved and it goes up in a higher structure. But that's what a scapegoat is. If somebody got to go down for something, it's usually the lowest guy on the totem pole or on the rungs. And in the ranks of Interscope, David is the lowest. The artist is the lowest. They're not moving nothing around. They can't even get their own leases. They can sign their own leases. Now, that doesn't mean David's innocent. It doesn't mean I think David's innocent. What it means is it's a conspiracy theory that I'm open to believing that Interscope is well aware what was going on, but they do have this air of legitimacy because they have a lot to lose. They have a lot to lose. They have, built up a certain public persona, but Interscope, remember, is just the higher up level of the label David was signed to is actually Dark Room Records. And Sally said, at the least, they're not looking out for children's interests. The brother just turned 18 and sister should be Celeste's age, so she must be around 15 years old. So very plausible. They could say they thought she was there for his sister. Even that the sister lived with him. Who knows? I mean, what they could say is infinite. But we have to keep our mind open, and not just get so stuck on the one story the prosecutors are telling. Because number one, the prosecutors do lie sometimes. And they are corrupt sometimes. Let's just call it what it is. And for two, they got to go after cases they think they can win. It is really hard to win a case against Interscope Records. These are things that are practical realities. Thanks so much to Lindsay Brooke for the $1.99 super chat. Agreed. I don't know which part you're agreeing with, girl, but thank you for the $1.99. Not saying that at all, that it's right or true or a decent excuse, but wondering, this is just us kind of mulling through what possibilities of a defense that they could possibly do. Disposing of assets was absolutely suspicious in my opinion. Absolutely, in my opinion. Celeste's family visited David's mansion. Yes, SF Investigates did report that David's brother is trying to launch it. Yeah, we are going to talk about David's brother as we move along through this video. But for the time being, let's get back to Trap Lore Ross's coverage. And this guy, I don't know what his name is, but he was apparently
I felt like he was kind of looking a bit downtrodden, had his head kind of ducked down. He spoke a couple times, but what was your experience in the courtroom like? What did you think from your perspective?
Man, David was thinking, I'm cooked. Right when he walked into the courtroom, man, he had his head down. It looked like he hasn't been stretching in a minute. He looked real stiff in the back, He didn't look around too much. He just kind of had his head to the floor. Man, he looked kind of bored. He was like, man, I've been here so many times. You're about to push my court date to next month. And can we just get this process over with? It looked like he was just done with the process. He's waiting.
Oh, yeah, no, it's good.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for some type of predicament to happen. He's waiting for the judge to say guilty or not guilty. He kind of wanted to get it over with. He didn't look into the crowd. He said yes, ma'am, a couple of times. He agreed to June the 17th for his next preliminary court date. Because at this point, they're just trying to get 40 terabytes of information uploaded. They said they've been uploading it since Thursday. It's still being uploaded. So he just kind of wanted. He looked like he wanted to get it over with. The defense once again looked very relaxed. They just were whispering amongst each other. The prosecution just looked ready to go. Like, no, we're ready. We got the stuff. We're just waiting on these files. We got other court dates. We're just trying to get this over with. The judge said, hey, this is not going to be summer break. We're all going to be here. You're not going on vacation. We're going to be in this courtroom. We want to get this done by the end of the year. So everybody was just on time. And it looks like they just want to get to the bottom of this case as quick.
Shout out to Tammy. Tammy Reich. Is it Reich? I don't watch Nancy Grace, and I don't believe a damn word that comes out of that drunk woman's mouth. And the reason is because of personal experience. She allowed someone to go on her channel and say with her full chest and sweater vest, somebody went on there and lied through their teeth about me with so much confidence that now I cannot trust a single thing that comes out of that woman's mouth. She seems to be drunk on wine and high on Xanax half the time. That's my opinion. I didn't run a blood test. I have no idea if she was or wasn't. Maybe she has brain damage. Maybe that's just how she acts. But I don't take a damn word that Nancy Grace says seriously, because I know that she does not properly vet the information that comes out of her mouth. And that's that. Surprise witness. Thanks so much to JK Production. Are you going to be reacting to Jayoma versus Bruce debate? Not today, no. It's an hour long. But maybe I'll take a little clip of it. Thank you for that $2.79 super chat, Canadian. Thank you. Watching her is so crazy to me. I know, it makes me feel like I'm tripping or something. Like she's like pulls me into her drunken stupor with her or something. I'm not into it. That's my opinion. Y'all can watch her if y'all want to.
Awesome. Hey, do you feel like the defense was looking more or less confident than last time? Because I feel like last time the defense wasn't looking too confident. I feel like this time they wasn't looking the most confident, but maybe more so than last time. Because I'm not gonna lie, I feel like last time they were low key, like looking like a shambles. But did you feel that, or am I bugging?
I felt like the defense looked confident this time. I don't know. The defense kind of was more grounded, more like, yeah, like we'll take that court day. Yeah, we're waiting for the files to upload. We got 40 terabytes. We've checked the files. Go ahead with your discovery. We got this case. So I think the defense has some in their back pocket to like flip it and reverse it. We know the American justice system, you know.
I do wonder if this guy is one of those kind of like Diddy like type of guys, like how they had kind of planted, in my opinion, like PR voices to be the alternating, you know, the devil's advocate type of voice. Because if they come out too strong and say David's innocent, then it's a little too obvious. But you will see like these, what in the hell is going on Trap Lord Ross's fingernails? He been digging through algae? Does he have a green French manicure? Anyway, I am wondering if this guy is kind of a plant to like put there. I don't know who he is. Maybe he's a big YouTuber and I just never heard of him. If so, you know, all due respect and all that. But I don't know. Sometimes I just get a little funny feeling about people.
Be bamboozled with, can be, you know, slipped and slid around, and it looks like the defense has some firepower in their arsenal.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm not even mad that he has a manicure. I mean, whatever. Like, it's okay, whatever. Men get manicures. What I'm kind of like is that it's green. It looks like infection up under the nail beds. I can't. He's against David. Well, he's not acting against David. That's the thing. He's saying, I think the defense has a little something up their sleeve, but he's the only person we've heard say that. Everybody else, every other news source has said that the defense is pushing and stalling. So that's kind of my point.
Like they were looking a little more confident this time, if I'm honest. I didn't feel like they was like killing it. I still feel like the DA, you know, Beth Silverman, she comes in with like pretty interested energy. I feel like she kind of came in, she always super snappy and demanding in a way that's like just gives confidence. Like the judge asking about dates, she's like, I got something else going on that date. It's kind of like very to the point. I feel like she talked fast in a way that's almost like makes your head spin, like, can we do this date? Like we think she's like, no, can't do the date, here's another date. She kind of moves shit along quick.
Maybe it's an overseas style of nail. UK cousins in the chat. Is this a style of nail over there? Green French manicure? UK Is it a UK manicure? The green? Is that a style of nail over there? Tell me. It's a no for me. It's a no for me.
She really takes charge of that courtroom and them interactions, even with the judge. Not in a disrespectful way, but I feel like the way she handles herself, she just exudes that confidence. And I feel like David's team, like even when the judge be asking them stuff, like Blair Burke kind of be scrambling around, like whispering to the other lawyer, like, oh, like they don't really know what to say. I don't know if that's just part of how it plays out, but it just seems like the confidence I get from the prosecution is unmatched in that courtroom. And I do still feel like David's lawyers, look, I put my prediction out there that I wonder if David's lawyers are going to stick with him. I feel like the evidence probably worked out to be a lot more damning than maybe they were expecting. So I do wonder if they're going to stick with him for the long term, but at the same time, they did seem more confident this time than last time, which surprised me because pretty serious stuff came out in court last time. You know, they were talking about the blood in the garage, the Uber journeys that were allegedly booked in his name. So, yeah, I feel like the case is developing, and I would say the attitudes of the lawyers is definitely, like, developing in an interesting direction, but we're going to have to see that next update, man.
Yeah, I think right now the defense is just, they're privy to, we're just talking about dates right now. We're not actually talking, they're not actually defending him right now. They're just saying, like, hey, when's our next date? So they're just getting ready for the whole process. And the prosecution, once again, is going to be snappy. She's on the gun, you know, like, I run this courtroom. Even the judge kind of smirked a little bit, like, wow, like, she real confident right now. Like, this is an open and shut case. But the judge, she looked non-biased. The judge looked at both parties equally. She spoke to him respectfully on both sides. When talking to David, she was respectful with David. So the judge was unbiased. Prosecution is running and gunning. And defense, it was just kind of playing defense. So it looked like a proper courtroom today.
It did, man. It did. I feel like it was definitely like setting the signs for like what's to come. I feel like there's definitely going to be some tense exchanges. I feel like you're seeing two different personalities and the different lawyers on the defense and the prosecution side. And I do think it's going to be explosive when they finally do get to it. They finally start really sparring over the evidence and trying to pick holes. And look, maybe I've been a little bit downplaying Blair Burke and the energy that she's putting out in the courtroom. But obviously she's a serious lawyer. And I think when it comes to actually picking holes in the evidence, she's probably going to be very ferocious. The prosecution might not be confident for the whole.
And then she should be. It's going to be aggravating. It's going to be really aggravating to see David's lawyers victim blaming and making basically David out to be a victim. It's going to be very aggravating, but it does have to happen because he has to get a fair trial so that he cannot get out of it once he is found guilty, if he is found guilty.
Time. I feel like there might be some curveballs that maybe set them back a little, set them off kilter. And I do feel like I doubt what we're seeing in the first couple of days is going to be a sign of how everything is going to play out. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. But I can't wait to see the prosecution and the defense really go at it and really spar verbally in the courtroom over the evidence. I think it's going to be explosive. So
it's going to be an explosive court case. I think it's going to be like Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield, just knocking each other down, knocking each other back. I mean, the tension between the two lawyer teams was definitely there. Every time they look at each other, it was like, man, I'm about to get you. I mean, the prosecutions look like, man, we already cooking right now, but the defense was kind of just laid back, hands crossed, kind of like a big boss, like, oh yeah, you think you're cooking now, but look, we got you. Like, yeah, we got 40 terabytes. What you need? 80 terabytes? We got any amount of terabytes you need. You can get my iCloud too.
See, again, like, kind of like, oh, the defense was looking so confident. That is not what anybody else said. Arman Wiggins said the defense, one of them looked like doom and gloom, like she knew David was cooked. Blair Burke wouldn't even bother to talk to the lead prosecutor. And so again, maybe this one guy right here is like the one who's actually accurately reporting it. Could be. But I'm always on the lookout for like brand new YouTubers, brand new people I never heard of, all of a sudden coming out being like, oh yeah, the defense looked comfortable. They look confident when nobody else is saying that. It's giving a free Diddy for $20 an hour. I don't know. That's my opinion. And again, if he's like a big YouTuber I should have heard of, or he, is meaning well and has good faith in his heart, then, shout out to him. I don't know anything. I don't know him.
The defense was kind of just like, just relax, like just like kind of on some boss status. Like, I don't even talk about it. I'm gonna just show my evidence. So I feel like it's gonna be a good court case. I feel like we have a lot of evidence that's not even discovered yet. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how this goes down. True. We were just in court for maybe 15, 20 minutes. So it was a very quick process. The judge is straight to the point with what she's trying to get going on. So so far, I appreciate the way this court process is going.
For real, man. Hey, thank you for your perspective, man. Everybody make sure you go subscribe to Camel News. My guy, Young Camel, in the building, reporting live, man. You're going to be seeing a lot more of him at the trial. Now, somebody that I did want to get some analysis from before I get out of here is another YouTube extraordinaire who's been covering this case, my guy Mark Lachelle.
Camel News, his name's Camel, or that's a fake name?
And I'm live on his stream right now as well. We out here with the shark gang, okay? We swimming with the sharks right now.
Okay, we're going to watch the shark Mark the Shark's recap after this video too. So this is Mark the Shark, who I just became aware of through the David trial, and shout out to him. He's out there outside the court, and then it seems like every time after the court hearings are over, he goes and pays his respects to Celeste at the either at her memorial or at her gravesite or whatever. So shout out to him for being there.
You like? No, I'm
and
just...
I did link his video down below as well, Mark the Shark.
Oh, really? Okay. But are you down to give your thoughts? I'll do a quick interview with you just about your thoughts on today's court date. So yeah, we were just discussing, me and my guy Young Camel were just talking about how, you know, I feel like last time I was here, I didn't see the last court date, but I was here for the one before, and I feel like Blair Burke and the team were maybe like seemed just a little bit lacking in confidence, or a little bit like blindsided by the evidence. I feel like they seemed a little more confident today. We didn't hear too much new evidence, but you know, there was kind of some wrangling over dates and things. What was your perspective as far as like what was going on inside the courtroom, and like, you know, the little maybe back and forth between the defense and prosecution, and just how confident they're looking?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is different energy here. It's a different world out here when you're in the courtroom, because as I was saying to my chat, it's, you see the sheriffs, you see David, you see the prosecution, you see the defense, the judge, you see the public, the media, and then you bring it all together, and it has that feel of, you know, are we going to get justice? Are we going to get answers? And today, there wasn't as much updates as there was before. But my whole feeling about this is that, you know, David doesn't seem worried. He seems okay with whatever's going on, or it hasn't hit him yet. You know, I can't put myself in his mind,
right?
Which, you know, I don't know what's going on in his mind.
It's hard to put yourself in the mindset of David, because even like if he did actually do what he's accused of doing, like he hasn't even been on this earth very long. He's 21 years old. He would have been, what, 19, 20 when he did it, which is definitely not in any way an excuse. I'm not trying to say like, oh, poor David or something like that. I'm just saying, like, for a lot of us in this chat, we're way older than 21. I mean, probably a lot of us are double that or older. So it's kind of difficult to put yourself in the position of David at all, because, you know, we wouldn't do the things David's accused of doing, but we don't know if David did them or not. There hasn't been a trial yet, and he should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. But also, it's really difficult to imagine how you would have handled it or thought about it or even been able to begin to process it at that age versus, you know, today. At your age you are now. So it's really almost impossible for me to really get inside David's mind, other than just like the very basic stuff. Like, I'm sure he's ready to get up out of solitary or protective custody or whatever.
You don't know what he's thinking, how he's feeling, and to do the stuff that he's been accused of, you know, dismemberment, the CP, evidence tamper.
Yeah,
it's just shocking stuff. And I was saying that it does something to me when you see somebody like that, and you see the killers on TV, but when you see them in real life, allegedly,
yeah, it's like surreal.
There's no, to me, in my opinion, it doesn't seem like he has a soul, or there's a void in there that there's missing from like you and I when I feel your energy, you know. And I think that's what I took away from this. The back and forth with the prosecution and the defense was good. You know, the prosecution best over and saying, look, we're ready, obviously. Yeah. You know, she's pointing that out. The defense is saying, well, there's a lot of evidence discovery that we haven't even gotten the witness testimony. We need a picture to paint for our defense, and that's what they're arguing, is that they don't have that story. So there wasn't too much. They moved the dates from the 17th, June 17th to and
the really interesting thing, just to remind y'all, I mean, I've said this before in other places, like TMZ and stuff has said it too. This preliminary hearing is only one way that they could move forward to trial. There's a whole nother option for the prosecutors. The prosecutors could simply just get another grand jury that this time is like an indicting grand jury, and just get David indicted. The defense won't have the opportunity to defend anything in there. So I don't really know why they're pursuing this strategy. There's different theories that have been put forth, but that's just, I wanted to remind y'all, like the prosecution could go back to another grand jury, a fourth grand jury. This time it would be an indicting grand jury, and say, hey, can you indict David? And then boom, it's going to trial. The judge doesn't have to do a preliminary hearing in that case.
29th, I believe. Was it the 29th? Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. I feel like there was maybe like, you know, there was a little bit wrangling.
Marie said, how much evidence do they need for the preliminary hearing? The preliminary hearing, the prosecution has to present enough evidence to show the judge, to prove to the judge, there's probable cause to move forward with the trial. There's probable cause to suspect that David did the crimes he's accused of doing, which is murder, the illegal relationship of that type, and mutilation of the body. So that's how much evidence they have to prove. Is there like a magical number? No. There's not a magical number. There's not a magical, silver bullet smoking gun. They just have to convince a judge there's probable cause. They have enough evidence that we at least need to have a jury decide on this issue, which is not a very high standard. It's much, much lower standard than a real trial.
Dates, I feel like there's probably a fine balance between wanting to get the speedy trial he's entitled to, but also there's 40 terabytes of evidence, and I believe they confirmed what they've just about got 10 terabytes up since the last court date. What do you feel like as far as the way that this evidence is being handled? You've been reporting on this really closely, and that there's a lot of there's illegal videos, and there's so much footage and text and images in his iCloud. What do you feel like as far as the amount of evidence that's been uploaded? Do you feel like they're dragging their feet about this? Do you feel like this is genuinely just the courts just can't handle this much information, or do you feel like there's maybe a bit of a delay tactic going on here?
Might be a little bit of everything. You're right, yeah. And the system that they have, I'm not sure how it is or if it's up to date. With the government, things move slow. They have like a website where you upload stuff. I mean, for us, we can upload things fast.
Yeah.
So maybe they need to update their system, get a brand new system, so they can upload or get hardware like they did for the email for the 10 terabytes.
Yeah.
Something. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of everything. A little stall tactic, a little bit more. Let's prolong this. But the judge was like, hey, this is not going to take years. I guarantee you that. So I like that part where Beth Silverman was saying, look, I've seen this time and time again where they drag it out.
Yeah.
It takes years, and then the judge was like, no, it's not going to happen in my court. So
yeah, no, I do like the judge. I feel like the judge is very fair, very straight to the point, very reasonable.
Yeah.
But she seems to be very committed to keeping things going along in the right direction and just following along. But yeah, I feel like this wasn't a big update, but it was very interesting to see where we're at. It was a status update. It was literally we got the status of the evidence and the case and David and all of that stuff. Now I was thinking for a second, I don't know if you saw, but I thought I saw David's dad in the audience, but I don't know if you spotted him. I thought maybe I see him.
I think it was reported that nobody was there for the defense or the victim's side, but I wasn't in there.
I wasn't confirmed. It was quick.
Really?
But yeah, I thought I see him. I thought I see him from a distance over somewhere. But
maybe.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm very curious to know what's going on with his family. I know initially they said they were supporting their son. His brothers kind of come out to kind of speak out against him allegedly. So yeah, I don't know if you have any thoughts of that or if you've seen the parents here at previous dates. But
I have not, and I wouldn't be surprised. That's their son, and if the family would, family is always there for you no matter what, I suppose, and depends, but I mean, yeah, I would not be surprised if he was here today. I did not see him. I was very focused on David and the judge and the prosecution and the defense, but that'd be interesting.
Scary, right?
Yeah, that'd be scary. Yeah.
So is there any sort of other predictions you got for the case, or just anything you want to update people on as far as new information coming out, or anything that you got going that you're digging into? I know that you took the long drive up to where some of the evidence was allegedly dumped the other day, so maybe let the people know what you got going on and some of the big updates you've been bringing to the people on your channel.
Yeah, definitely. That was the I would go out there. I go to sites a lot because it gets you. It really brings it home. And I want the viewers to see what I'm seeing and really deep dive.
So like I said, he does drive to the different sites. So make sure you do subscribe to him if you want to see that type of content.
To these cases. And so today, I don't think I'm going to go up to Santa Barbara, but we are going to go to Celeste's her plot, and we're going to get flowers from the Shark family.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
When are you planning to go over there?
After here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's amazing, man.
Yeah,
I think that's just so beautiful. And something I wanted to just put in, especially at the end of this video, is just that I really don't want people to lose sight of the fact of what we're all doing here. This is all about getting justice for Celeste. This poor little girl who lost her life far too young and was just sucked into something that she had no business being involved in.
That's totally true. That is my prerogative, that there is actually justice for Celeste, and justice does not include the people who did it getting off while someone is scapegoated. So I'm not saying that is what happened at all. I definitely see how the evidence does point to David. I definitely see how it also seems unlikely that David did this by himself. That's my opinion. I think there's other people that need to be charged. I really think that. But justice for Celeste means everybody who had a hand in this has to face consequences, in my opinion.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that this is all justice for Celeste, that we're all here just trying to participate in justice. As a community, Los Angeles is so important for people to make sure that justice is done, to participate in a fair and a transparent justice system where you're entitled to follow along and see what happened, to see justice being delivered. And, I'm just really grateful that we live in a society where these things are taken seriously. It takes time. Maybe it took 7 months for things to get put in a place where it looked like justice.
Pink Pepper said, I am a little confused on the purpose and outcome of arresting Neo. If he really didn't have anything significant to say, why was he arrested? Well, that's a big if. That's a huge if. None of us have a any clue what Neo had to say. He could have walked in there and said, I saw it. I saw David kill her. I didn't know that I had a duty to report it. I have a video of it right here on my phone. Here you go. That might have been significant. We don't know what Neo said. So the whole premise of the question is, unless you have some information we don't have, speculative, right? If he didn't have anything significant to say. Now, you could say a lot of stuff in 45 minutes, but you also could not have anything significant to say. So let's go with the premise of the question being the case. Let's just go to the hypothetical universe where Neo didn't have anything significant to say. But what were we all saying? What was the public saying? What were we the people saying? What were they saying on Reddit? What were they saying in the forums? What were they saying in the comment sections? What were they tweeting? Arrest Neo. Is anybody going to ask Neo anything? He was there. He was there with David the night. After Celeste died, he was there with David the night Celeste died at a party. Arrest him. If he's not going to answer questions before the grand jury, he needs to be forced to. And I stand by that. The same goes for Asia. Now, I don't know, maybe she did testify. And maybe she didn't have anything substantial to say. But the reason why he was arrested is because it was very likely, and I'm sure they were able to show probable cause, that he was around David a lot during the time of these events and things like that. So that's why he was arrested. Now, he was let go after he showed up and answered his questions. They didn't keep him. So I don't know if he did or didn't have something significant to say. He may have. But in the event that he didn't, I absolutely understand them having him come and testify because he was very close to David and was around a lot, as was Asia. As was Asia.
Done, but it looks like it's being delivered now, maybe slow but surely, and I'm grateful to be here and to be able to cover that, and to be able to just document justice being done in this horrible crime. It's not going to make up for what happened, but she deserves justice, and I think as a society we deserve our answers. So I'm feeling grateful that we're even in a position to be able to see this through as a society. So yeah, man, let the people know where to find you and what you're working on, and just so they can catch up with what you've been doing on this case so well.
Before that, let me just say, thanks for keeping it in your channel and the awareness of it, and which is really good. A lot of people have been showing you love and support for that, and I respect that, man. So thank you for keeping this in the public eye, man. That's
Trap Lord Ross. I mean, nobody has really kept their foot on the David story neck as much as Trap Lord Ross. I gotta give it to him. He makes about 15 videos a day, so shout out to him for that.
That's huge.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You guys can find me at Mark the Shark 943 on YouTube, and so I'll be covering this case. I cover other.
Okay, so shout out to Mark the Shark, and we're going to be looking at his video in a moment. Now, Megan Cuniff was also there, and it looks like she only just tweeted this one tweet. She said, I just got out of the status conference in the David Anthony Burke, D4VD murmur case, and I can confirm his lawyers are not nearly as blustery as they once were, meaning they were a little more subdued today. Like, they weren't really looking like hot and heavy like they were previously. Now, this is according to Megan Cuniff, who, was in the courtroom. We were not in the courtroom, so we do have to take people's word for it. She said they asked for the May 26th preliminary hearing to be delayed to June 29th. The judge agreed, so the status conference is June 17th. And I imagine that before the end of July, we're definitely going to see that preliminary hearing take place. Is it going to definitely happen on June 26th? I think there's about a 50% chance of that. I think there's about a 50% chance. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But the judge has already said she's not playing around with them. She is not playing around with them all summer. They don't take a summer break. This is not going to be for play. No, we're doing this preliminary hearing, this probable cause hearing very soon. And she even had David's lawyers confirm, is it reasonable that you're actually going to be able to be ready for this on June 26th? Because I don't want to set another date and keep pushing. The judge probably would be willing to push it one more time because this is a death penalty case. So I would hope that David's lawyers would just be ready to start moving this forward. We'll see. Status conference is set for June 11th. So we'll see on June 11th. So now I want to go to Mark the Shark. Now, he may be saying, similar stuff to what he just said on the Trap Lord Ross channel. The name of the video is Live, Minutes After David Court Status Update. The description box says, just walked out of the courtroom in downtown Los Angeles following today's hearing in the case against David Anthony Burke, who is accused of murmuring and dismembering Celeste. The hearing focused on whether both sides are prepared to move forward as this case continues. I'll be covering the latest developments, what happened inside the court, and what comes next. Okay, so let me do this to 1.25 times the speed. I'm going to speed it up a little bit, turn the captions on. Can't really hear him. Did he already have it sped up? Let me turn it on normal. I can't really hear what he's saying.
David, after the handcuff, the toes of the sword was a little bit sharper this time. There was some
Let me go forward.
Doing.
Oh, here we go.
basically they were planning to have this here on the 26th of May. I think that's now being postponed. Looks like it's going to be pushed.
Oh, it sounds like it's Traploor Ross is talking in the background. So let me just fast forward a little bit.
The thumbnail and all, so they moved it. Status hearing on the 17th,
Okay.
and then the prelim is going to be on the 29th.
Okay.
It's taking days to upload.
So
Can
they moved
Traploor
it
Ross move somewhere else?
to
My
June
God.
17th, June 29th was moved. So I'll update the thumbnail and I'll update the description and everything. But it got moved up,
Okay.
and
That's
wrote some
hard
notes
to
here.
focus. I would have to move. I can't be listening to somebody else yapping while I would have to move. He's got his
Yeah, they're not
notes.
ready. But Beth Silverman was like, "We're ready." Obviously, she was telling the judge and the whole court. So she's ready, man. She's like ready to go. But I guess because there's so much digital evidence that it's taken a while to upload, and so the 40 terabytes that they are uploading, the defense is saying that a realistic date is going to be on the 29th. So Beth Silverman wasn't happy about that. The prosecution, she wasn't happy about it. She was very like, you guys are the ones that wanted this quick. You guys are the ones that wanted a fast, speedy trial. And here we are. And now you guys are moving it. And we're having to, our detectives have stuff to do. They have other cases. She's like,
Right.
I have other cases. The court has other cases.
Mm-hmm.
And, they were just saying like, to get your shit together pretty much.
Okay.
So let me see what else is there. Yeah, so I guess the defense too hasn't gotten the witness statements, and they've been asking for other evidence like DNA that they haven't gotten. So there's a lot of stuff that they haven't got. So the DNA.
So there's some talk about DNA evidence and something about David's defense is saying they want DNA evidence. Now, if the prosecution does have DNA evidence, I don't know if they necessarily have to turn it over to David's side before the preliminary hearing or not, but his lawyers want it.
And witness testimony is what they haven't gotten. They're saying the defense's argument is, look, we haven't had
The witness testimony might be the grand jury testimony, and that is up to Blair Burke and David's team. If it is, if they're talking about witness testimony that was gathered in the grand jury proceedings, the prosecution cannot turn that over to them. It has to come from a subpoena from them. The defense has to subpoena those. They have to ask for them, basically.
We don't know the picture of it. We don't know the story of what you guys are painting. We just have discovery. We have a lot of discovery, but we don't have witness testimony. And so that's what they were arguing is, Beth was there. David was there. David seemed to have like the same color or the same, hairstyle as last time. If you guys see my thumbnails, that's what he looked like.
Okay.
And he didn't seem worried. He seemed same, like no, I don't know, man. I can't figure this guy
I
out.
hope in the next.
He's just not.
I hope in the next Mark the Shark video, he moves away from Traploor Ross. Like, now I'm having like nightmares, like having to re-listen to him all over again, and I can't hardly hear Mark the Shark.
I don't know if it hasn't hit him yet or the severity of it. I mean, you got charges of dismemberment. You got charges of
Right.
murder. You got charges of kidnap. Not kidnapping. Be with a minor.
Right.
I mean, you got some heavy charges.
Right.
And he's just kind of, like it's another Monday morning or something. I don't know, man. It's just
He
weird.
might be on medicine.
Like
He
there's
might be
really no.
dissociated.
He's not animated. He wasn't as animated as he was the last time, but this time today he was just.
So, Mom of Horror said, well, his lawyers demanded it to be fast without having the evidence. Whose fault is that? Yes and no. Yes and no. They didn't just demand it be fast. The reason they wanted it to be fast, they said they're ready for the evidence to come to light. They're ready for the public to see the evidence. Now, if they're demanding it be fast and the evidence come to light fast, then that still is in keeping with what they originally asked. Like, we want the evidence. We don't have all the evidence. We want the evidence faster. Now, the prosecution is saying we're trying. We're going as fast as we literally can, but we have technological limitations. We have to use these certain programs. We have to use these certain ways. And we've been trying to upload some of this stuff for days and days and days. Some of the stuff David's lawyers have a responsibility to ask for. Some of it has nothing to do with the prosecutor. So that, it would be on David's lawyers. They need to go and get that. But they didn't just say, oh, we want it fast, but we don't care about the evidence. No, they said we want David to have a speedy preliminary hearing, which is his constitutional right. And in order to do that, we have to have the evidence. Now, do they have to have all the evidence? No, not for the preliminary hearing. But before he goes to trial, they absolutely do. And if they don't, then David could walk on a so-called technicality. But really, our constitutional rights are not technicalities. And if they can get away with not giving David all the evidence before his trial, then they'll try to get away with it for anybody. So those are the two competing interests that are at issue here.
I don't know, man. It's just like it's another day,
Yeah.
And so I don't know, man. With this freaking guy. Let me see what others I got. So the other thing that's good too is that the prosecution was saying, look, we don't want to go around. We don't want to have the trial. We don't want it to go in circle, is what Beth Silverman was saying. We don't want it to go years and years,
Right.
because she's had this before. Beth Silverman, she's had cases where
It took years.
it's been years, and that's how it gets dragged along. And so Beth Silverman was like, look, we're ready. You guys wanted this. And so now you have it. We're uploading stuff. We're giving you guys what you guys are asking for, and you guys are wanting continuations. And
Right.
so the judge clapped back and was like, look,
It ain't taking years.
I guarantee you this case is not going to go for years. She was like, we're not having that here. He's like, we're going to have this expedited because we want, and she's like, I like my court cases to be expedited in a timely manner. So she was like, that's not going to happen. This is not going to get dragged on for years. So I do like that.
Nice.
That she was like, get your shit together. And so, that's what it was today. It was pretty quick today. It was real quick. It was a status hearing, which, they come back and they say, where are you guys at? Right.
Really, today, it was just a yes or no question. Are y'all ready to go for May 29th? Yes or no? Prosecution? Yes. Defense? No. That was it. That was the plan. That was what was supposed to happen today or yesterday. It was supposed to be yes or no question. Are y'all ready to go or not? Prosecution said, yeah, we ready. Giddy up. Defense said, no, we need DNA. We need witness testimony. We need this. We need that. The prosecution won't give us all the evidence. Prosecution said, we trying. We using this website, that website. We trying to give them the evidence. We've already turned over 10 terabytes. That's a lot. We've given them the stuff that we think is the most important that we're going to rely on. So that was the whole hearing. That was basically what went on. But that was really all that was supposed to go on, because the real preliminary hearing was supposed to start at the end of this month, but it's not now. It's going to start at the end of next month if all goes according to plan. And it might actually happen next month.
And then the preliminary hearing was going to be later on the 26th of this month. But now it's.
Yes. Mom of Horror. Yes, they did. They requested that things be kept under wraps from us, from the public, not from them. So they weren't saying, oh, Your Honor, we want the prosecution to just sit on all the evidence they have. We don't want them to turn it over to us. That's not what they asked. They asked to keep it from us. Now, the judge denied that. The judge said, we're not keeping the evidence brief from the public. What the judge did keep from the public for now were the search warrants and maybe arrest warrants, but definitely the search warrants. I think there was like 50 something warrants, and this would have been warrants to probably Discord, Fortnite, Google, who knows what else. Search warrants for the house, search warrants for the car, search warrants for who knows what else. Maybe Neo, maybe this, maybe that. I don't know what search warrants are secret, because they are secret from us. But David's attorneys did ask for that to be kept secret from us. But David's lawyers didn't say, oh, yeah, Your Honor, let the prosecution just sit on evidence because we don't care about it. No, they wanted to keep a lot of stuff from the public. And it does seem like, at least for now, the judge did allow them to do that, but not one of the big things they wanted to keep from us, which was that evidence brief that talks about that inflatable pool, that talks about the chainsaw and the ordering the shovel and the passport ID card and the this and the that. David's lawyers wanted that to be kept secret and under wraps from us, at least for now, but she didn't say that she was okay with it not being turned over to them. They had already gotten it, I think, at the time that she even made that request to keep it secret from us.
It's been postponed now. It's been delayed. So let me see. David just said a few words. He just said yes, Your Honor, a couple times when they asked him if that was okay, like if for those dates, for the new dates of June 17th and the 29th. And he said, yes, Your Honor. That was it. But pretty much there wasn't anything else there. I heard some side conversation between Beth Silverman and the detectives.
Oh.
Saying like, hey, we're ready.
Okay.
And the prosecution's argument too is like, hey, look, we got witnesses on the calendar that they had to change their schedule. The detective too, right? And Beth Silverman, she has other cases too. And so, that's the prosecution's argument too, is like, look, we are setting these dates that you guys are agreed to last time, and now
that's a good point. I haven't heard anyone else really make this point specifically, but it's a great point that Mark makes. And he said, he's relaying the point from the prosecutors, like, look, this isn't just, maybe we'll do a preliminary hearing. No, we're ready on May 29th. We have witnesses lined up. We had to get on the phone. We had to schedule them. We had to schedule the detectives, the other witnesses who are going to come in here and talk. They were going to be going on vacation May 29th. We'd made them cancel their vacation for something that now isn't even going to happen. And we can't keep doing this. Now we're going to have to call them all back and say, now it's going to be June 26th. But what if it's not June 26th or 29th or whatever it is? I keep getting the May and the June dates mixed up. One is 26th, one is 29th. But, you get the point. The prosecutor said, Your Honor, this is inconsiderate. They already agreed, yes, they're going to be ready May 29th. Well, then again, of course, David's lawyers are saying, well, it's not our fault. It's the prosecution's fault because they haven't turned over the important evidence. We need DNA, we need this, we need that. But it is seemingly some type of stalling tactic. And not only stalling, but a tactic to get as much information on David's side as possible before the trial, because this is just a mini trial, and David's lawyers probably know that it is most likely that this case will proceed to the next state. Like, there's probably probable cause. But David is entitled to a fair trial. He is entitled to a fair preliminary hearing through every part of the process. And, the judge, I think, did mitigate this a little bit already yesterday by saying, all right, look, listen. We can push this off one more time, but this ain't summer break. This ain't for play. And we are not about to be sitting here doing pushing off for years. That's definitely not going to be happening. So whatever y'all need, just let me know. Are you sure? David's side, the judge said to David's side, are you sure you're going to be ready? Because the prosecution's over here making people cancel vacations. It's funny that they're saying that they had to cancel vacations at the same time as the judge saying we don't get summer vacation. It's very funny to me. But that's a good point Mark brings up. Somebody said, Carinza said, there's some super incriminating stuff on those Discord chats. Could be. But Carinza, here's the thing. Me and you might look at it and say that. But what is David's defense lawyers going to say? How do you know he typed that message? How do you know his little brother, his little sister, his friend, Neo, Asia, Celeste herself, somebody didn't log in and send those messages? Were you there when the messages got sent? Famous people have, this is what I'm imagining, the lawyers would argue, famous people have people like sign in and run their social medias, right? You think David, the famous musician, has time to get on Discord and type all this stuff? Now, of course, they might pop back. The prosecution might pop back and say he wasn't a famous musician yet at that point. But I'm just saying this stuff to prepare y'all for the possible arguments that are going to come up. Like, just because David's screen name said something on Discord doesn't mean David typed it, right? And so the prosecution is going to have to prove at trial beyond a reasonable doubt, but at the preliminary hearing, just probable cause, which I think, yeah, if it came from David's Discord, that's probably going to count as probable cause. This is my opinion. I don't really know. What is the benefit of stalling? That's why I kind of said, Robert, it's either a stalling tactic or a tactic for David's lawyers to just get as much evidence and information as possible before they have to actually defend the case, because I really think they'd have no idea what the government's going to bring forward, and they just are trying to get as much info as possible, evidence as possible. A Time to Change said stalling could give more time to find loopholes, more witnesses, tire out the jury. Well, there's no jury chosen yet. So that's one good thing about this. There's no jury chosen yet because there hasn't been a trial date set. We're not even sure this thing is going to trial. That's the whole point of this preliminary hearing, to see is yes or no it going to go to trial. The preliminary hearing was supposed to happen at the end of this month, but now the judge has allowed for them to push it off. Don't seem like the judge is going to be allowing that too much more. It's not impossible, no. So EXO Over the Rainbow said it seems impossible to put anyone in jail then. No, it's not impossible. And as you can see, there's millions and millions of people. I mean, I think there's more people per capita in jail in the United States than any other country. So it is actually pretty easy to put somebody in jail. But we do have, all of us have constitutional rights, and so does David. And David has a constitutional right for a speedy preliminary hearing. He's the one who keeps giving up his right. This is the second time now to push it off. At first they were talking, we want all the evidence now so we can move this forward, but they haven't gotten the evidence, all of it that they want. And for that reason, David is waiving his rights, but it's very possible to put somebody in jail. And if David, if there's evidence that David did these crimes, he's going to jail. The jury's going to see it, and he is going to go to jail. So I do know that it can seem like, especially when you have kind of already made your mind up that, somebody did something, it can seem like, why is it so hard to just hold these people accountable? But at the same time, you have to remember in your mind all the people who are innocent, who have gone to jail because they didn't get a fair trial. And if it can happen to David, who we kind of all think did it, or a lot of us think did it, it can happen to anybody. And I don't want to live in a system where it's very, very easy to put somebody in jail, because if they can do it to David, they can do it to me or you or our loved ones. So there is always this push and pull on both sides. But when somebody goes to jail, I do think there ought to have been a really good reason and really good evidence for it. Is easier for them to get a life sentence over a death sentence? I mean, short answer, probably. Because there's like more protections in place when they're trying to go for the death penalty. Like different death penalty eligible, but none of that's really coming up for now. Jazz Carlina said, well, if I was so sure I didn't do anything wrong, I wouldn't be delaying nothing. It's easy to say that until you're falsely accused. I'm not saying that's what happened to David, before y'all start hollering, okay? But I have before, for example, been falsely accused. Somebody, some lunatic, tried to get a restraining order against me. Now, it ended up being a slap suit, and I ended up getting awarded attorney's fees and costs to my attorneys, as well as sanctions against this person. So it ended up being about $100,000 that I ended up getting awarded to my attorneys and stuff for this. But at the time, this lunatic, I think, lied and said she was so afraid for her life, and she waited over a week before she served me with the notice for it, right? So somebody tried to get a restraining order. She got the temporary one by lying and saying a bunch of lies in the restraining order that were not true. She's stalking me. She's harassing me. She's doxing me. She's sending her followers after my family, like all kinds of bullshit that I would never do. And I actually would testify against anyone who did that. But it was like 300 pages of bullshit. It was just lies. And she waited until like almost the very last day. She had like 2 weeks basically to serve me with this restraining order, and she was so scared of her life that she got this temporary restraining order based on lies and never gave me notice until like days and days and almost weeks after. But she was so scared for her life, she had this temporary restraining order. I was making statements about her, which is my constitutional right and was reaffirmed by many courts at this point. But I had to hire a lawyer in California. I had to find a lawyer in California. I had to get them up to speed on the case, all within just a couple short days. So when the time came for the hearing, because this person had waited so long before they served me with it, and the court date was coming closer and closer and closer, I knew for a fact I didn't do anything wrong. And now, in hindsight, the court did also agree with me I didn't do anything wrong. But my lawyers needed time to catch up with the years-long history of the case at that point. I needed to hire them. I needed to do engagement letters. They needed to write up stuff. They had to, work it into their workload. And so I was 100% positive I did nothing wrong. I was 100% positive the judge was going to find on my side, which he did. But I had to let my rights be infringed upon for a longer time and request a continuance. So because I have had that experience where I was harassed and bullied and abused with the use of the legal system, I now have a much more open mind on things like this, where it really isn't always so black and white. They have people out here that will try to F you over. They will lie about you. They will enlist and possibly pay people to lie about you. They will submit false statements under penalty of perjury. They will be vicious. Am I saying that's what's going on with David? No. But what I am saying is it's not just so black or white. Oh, if you didn't do anything wrong, why do you want a continuance? People play games on both sides. And sometimes the people who are playing the games are the ones who are doing the accusing, whether it's criminal, whether it's civil. Now, I was never, obviously never charged criminally for this because I didn't do anything wrong. And it was my right to my First Amendment right to free speech to talk about those issues and provide my opinion and my commentary on those issues. But because of the way that she had played her hand, I did not have enough time to prepare for the hearing. So my lawyers went to the hearing and said, we need more time. And in that time, I had to pretty much give up my right to free speech because of how she had put me in that position to have to do that. So sometimes you're just reacting, and it's not like, oh, if you didn't do anything wrong, then why do you need to delay? Well, I just gave you one possible type of scenario. Now, am I saying that's what happened with David? Hell no. I think David probably is guilty, but we're going to have to just see the evidence. This is so crazy. Why do people do that? To silence critics. She had owned this or founded this company, and they were using virtual reality technology basically as a medical device, unapproved by the FDA. Somebody had died in her care or under her care in like a court-ordered treatment situation, and then they lied about how she died publicly. So they were trying to, in my opinion, what I think is they were trying to cover up the lies that they had told. They were trying to cover up any attention from being turned to them. And here I am saying, look over there, look over there, look over there. So the thing they really wanted was for me to shut the hell up. And for a few months, they got it by filing this fraudulent, phony, in my opinion, and full of lies. Absolutely, I can tell you absolutely was full of lies and hallucinations and made up shit to shut me up, to silence me, to do who knows what. I mean, I could speculate, but like I said, I just got another $140-something thousand legal bill, so who knows how I'm going to be able to pay that off. I'm just honestly trying not to think about it because money's fake anyway, but you can donate to the legal fund below. Anyway, okay, let's get back to Mark the Shark.
Now we're postponing it, so yeah, Beth was pretty confident. She's always comes in confident, which I like too. The defense it always seems like the defense is like in the dark. It seems like the defense is like always trying to catch up, and then it's just, David just doesn't seem like it's like he's taking it serious, or he's
right. So remember that guy earlier?
Like it hasn't hit him yet, which is,
he's like, oh, the defense was looking like they had something up their sleeve. Well, that's not what anybody else is saying. And Mark the Shark is like, they look like they were in the dark and they had no idea what in the hell was going on.
I mean, surprising, considering the charges. Beth, this was another one too. The one that Hey, what's up? Yeah, welcome in, guys. Beth also was saying that they have video recordings. That's going to be interesting. They have evidence of video recordings. I don't know what that means, but she was like, we have video recordings. We have
video recordings could be anything. I mean, that could be the CP or all the way down to like stuff that we've already seen, like maybe the bathroom smell video. Maybe the delete everything, delete all the VODs, could be that. Could be video we haven't seen, could be video we have seen. I don't know what the video is.
Recordings, we have forensic evidence. So I was like, whoa, like, okay. I mean, it seems like they have a lot on this guy. Video recordings, arrest recordings, forensic evidence.
Arrest recording. That'll be
interesting. I mean, where does the defense go from here, right? So it's gonna be interesting how that preliminary is gonna go. But they did change the dates again. They changed the dates to this is a third date now.
Could be music videos.
I don't know, man. If that's the case, I would not be surprised if there's something like that. That he recorded the killings or something thereafter, before, during. I mean, it's gonna be huge. I don't know. That's wild. But they did move the dates to June 17th to a status update, and then June 29th for the prelim. So we're gonna come back on the 17th to see, hey, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to go? And then again, the judge is like, look, we expedite court cases.
To me right now, I don't know why I'm so fixated on this evidence specifically. Angelina, they probably have body cam of police telling him Celeste was 13. I hope so. I really hope so. Because otherwise it's going to be too easy for David's lawyers to be like, he didn't know how old she was because she was a little lying, trifling, XYZ element OP. Like, I hope they have that body cam. I really do.
Here in my courtroom, and I guarantee you that this will not take years. She's like, I'm not having any of that. This will not take years, she said. So everything's moving pretty quickly considering the stalling tactics, right? And I get it. It's a lot of information. They're not, it's just a lot of information. They haven't even had the witness statement. So I get it. And that's the thing too, right? You're supposed to get a fair trial. So that way later on, you don't say like, oh, I didn't get a fair trial. No, you have a good lawyer. You have two good lawyers,
right,
three actually, because there was one behind them.
Exactly.
So, or two, and then maybe an assistant. Either way, you have really good lawyers. You're given plenty of time. You wanted it expedited, a speedy trial, which is your right. So I don't want to hear later on, oh, he didn't have a fair trial. Oh, he didn't, have good counsel. No, 100%. He has very good counsel. The best money could buy. So let's give this guy a fair trial.
Yep.
And, in the end, we'll see what happens, because that's what happens a lot of the time. Oh, well, he didn't get a fair trial. Incompetence. And so, not in this case. Not in this case. You have everything. You have everything. You have good lawyers. You have plenty of time. Plus, you wanted to expedite the trial. So that's on you and your lawyers. But, I don't know, man. I think I'm more.
Gamer for Nintendo said, do they record phone calls to suspects if they called to tell him her age? I don't know if they do or they don't, but let's say they did. David could say, that wasn't me. I didn't talk to them. Okay, David, but they called your phone and you said, this is David. Yeah, but that wasn't me. I was hacked. Now, is a judge going to believe that? I don't know. Does that pass probable cause? Probably, but it's never as clear cut as we think. I'll say that.
Let me go off script a little bit. I think I'm more just disappointed in David as a human, as a human being, because just the lack of, but I guess, I don't know, just, this is my opinion, just the lack of, it seems to me, in my opinion, like the lack of remorse, the lack of animation, right? Like no sadness or something for what he did. It just seems like it's like whatever. Like, it's just like another day, like another Monday. They woke me up. Let's do this. Almost like to the point of like, he's bored, and sometimes he'll do this lip, like where he's like that, where they're like, hey, we're going to be moving up to the court date. But I don't know, man. I'm just it does something, it does something to you as a person when you see a human being like that does that, right? Allegedly is being accused of that.
We don't know if he did.
And
exactly.
You see them and you're like, yeah, the void, that's the word I wanted to do. Thank you, Gold. There's a void there. There's a void that like makes you human. And I think that's what he's missing, is that thing that makes you human, that makes you have feelings and empathy and caring.
And he has said he intentionally, if it's true that that was his statements on the Discord, he has said he intentionally would watch videos of like horrendous, horrible things happening to people, human beings, intentionally to desensitize himself. And so if that's true, then that would explain why you're looking at him and it just looks like there's no one there, because he has exterminated a lot of the empathy out of himself on purpose, if true.
And
or maybe he's just a psychopath. Could be. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, tell you that.
It's concerning, man. It's really concerning, because it's like, how many other people are there around among us like that? You know, where you're living your life and then all of a sudden this happens, like this tragedy. I don't know. It's just it does something to me. It puts this like this uncertainty in my heart and in my soul. And I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just very, very heartbreaking. Very. I don't know. It's just, it gives me chills, man. It gives me chills. Yeah, psychopath. Yeah. This gives me chills, man. You know, you always see like killers on TV. You always see them like in the courtroom on TV, but when you're actually in the courtroom, it's a different feeling, because you're actually with other, you know, you're with the media, you're with the public.
Surreal.
The defendants there. You get to hear side talk between the prosecution and the detectives, and it's just a different world in there. You see the sheriffs there, right, looking at everybody, and you actually get to feel his energy. You actually get to feel the room's energy, the prosecution's energy, and the defense's energy, and the judges, you know, and the sheriffs. And today it was off, man. It was just, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, the void, how Gold was saying. I think that's what it is. Hey, Divine, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, maybe it's the lack of soul.
Real man, we cover this case. Martha Sharp. Hey, what's up? Live on History. As a community, you know, Los Angeles, it's so important for people to make sure that justice is done.
We already watched this part.
Shout out to Mark Stream. Thank you so much for having me. I'll catch you guys soon. Thank you. Out. Okay, so good to see you.
All right, guys. Trap more raw. Hey, bye. Take care.
That's kind of the update, right? I'm here.
So that's what's going on. You want to be on camera? Yeah.
Here comes Camel.
So tell them who you are, and tell them who you are.
What's going on? I'm Camel's News. That's Camel, like a humpback, and then News. Camel's News. I'm reporting live at the David court case.
So tell these guys what you felt, because I do like the way you described David and how he looked.
Yeah, so David looks like he looks kind of like, man, we're about to. I've been here a couple of times. I kind of want this process to be over, whether he's guilty or not. He kind of just looked like, man, I got to be in this courtroom today, next month, the next month. So it looked like the whole like idea of this is going to be going on for a little bit is kind of just settling into him. So he's kind of just getting used to being in court and listening to the defense and the prosecution. Today they were just talking about dates, so he didn't seem like too worried about the situation. He knew. I mean, his defense lawyer was kind of just telling him like, hey, we're just here for the for the date, so there's nothing to be worried about. So honestly, he looked kind of bored. Like, I've been sitting down in prison for a long time. When can I get out? I want to go see some sunlight, want to be around family and friends. And it looked like he was just kind of he just doesn't want to be here anymore. He's just kind of over the process.
Yeah, definitely. You kind of made a comment too, right? Like, next month or something like that. Like, his attitude, it kind of seemed that way, right?
Yeah. He knew that this case was going to take some time. I mean, they have 40 terabytes of footage that's not even uploaded yet. So, I mean, today he was just kind of sitting there, like he was just, like, why am I here? Why are we doing this? Can we get to the bottom of this case so I can get out of here?
Right. So I can get out of here. Yeah.
I can get out of here. He's like, he's a kid. He's like on detention, like long-term detention.
He's not a kid. He's 21 years old. Now, yes, he's a young man. His frontal lobe isn't fully developed, but like, you stop being a kid when you're 18, all right, legally. And should that be the age you stop being a kid? I mean, that's what our society that we live in today has determined. I don't know if, you should be considered an adult at 18, but if you're dealing with somebody as 11 years old and you 17, even though you are still a kid, even at that point, that's nasty. But he's a kid. We talking about things where like words matter here. So I'm not gonna. I'm not going to tell other people what they have to believe, but in this case, he's not a kid. He's not a kid. I don't know why. I don't know what interest Camel would have in making it seem like he is a kid. David is not a kid. He's 21 years old. He is a full-grown man at this point, as far as the law is concerned. I don't make the rules. I don't make the law. But even if I had a different opinion about whether he's a kid or not, the law said he ain't a kid. So let's not, oh, he's just a kid. Well, let's not. Let's not.
Just wants to do something other than sitting in court and being locked up, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get the sense that, yeah, that's a good point. Did you get the sense that he does look like a kid in there?
He does look like a kid. I mean, he looks like a humbled kid or
different. That's different. That's fine. Looks like a kid, different than he's a kid.
Kid on timeout, but he definitely looked like, man, like I'm locked up. But I mean, he was very respectful towards the judge. He said, yes, your honor. Yes, your honor. I mean, his defense team told him not to talk or not to look, or, you know, they obviously told him how to behave. So, you know, he just kind of seems like I can't be creative. I can't do what I normally do. I got to just sit here and, you know, I'm just locked up.
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, Camel.
All right, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right. So that's going to be it for me to get. And we're going to head out and I'm going to do another live. So we're going to do
And he did end up doing another live where he went out to, I think, Celeste's gravesite. Okay, so now there is another topic on this David situation I wanted to cover today, and it has to do with his brother. So let's start a few days ago. I did miss this exclusive because I was out of town, but this is a TMZ exclusive from May 5th. So this was quite a while ago. I didn't cover this because at the time it wasn't, I think I actually flew out on this day, but, to Texas, but I wasn't really going to cover this, but it's kind of developed now into a bigger story. So let's start here from May 5th. This is about, a week ago or whatever. David's brother Caleb launches music career amid Celeste murder case. I just want to be very clear, that's a false headline. David's brother has been making music for years. He has been making music for years. So he did not just launch his music career. It's fake. It's a false statement. I just have to correct where stuff's false. Launches music career, releases SEX music. David's brother is jumping into the family biz. Again, he has been making music for years, dropping original music about SEX and love, all while David is locked up, facing murder charges. Earlier this month, Caleb, the brother, opened social media accounts under the name Karakova. He calls himself Kova. The aspiring singer posted 2 songs, Imaginary Love and S***X, on Spotify and Apple Music. Now, he may have changed his name. He may have changed his artist name, his, the name he goes by as an artist. He used to go by C4LEB. Like, how David had the number 4 instead of an A. He might have changed his name. His artist name was changed. But he launched his music career as C4LEB years ago. Caleb Burke is the songwriter, singer, composer, producer. Much like David's music, his little brother's songs talk about young romance and the emotions that come with it. Caleb, who's about 20 years old now, so David's 21 and Caleb is 20, has previously performed live gigs with David. See, even here, how could he have previously performed live gigs with David and also just launch his music career? How does that work? It don't. Using a similar styling as his brother. On TikTok and Instagram, Kova, the brother, posted several short music videos that feature a similar sound to David's music and social media clips. Back in 2024, Caleb was interviewed by Spotify. So at least as far as 2 years ago, he already had launched his music career for a short documentary about David and spoke about living with his famous sibling. Caleb lives in Texas with his and David's parents, Colleen and Dawood. He was summoned to appear before the grand jury investigating the murder, but prosecutors were not successful in getting him to testify. Nonetheless, David was arrested April 16th for murder of Celeste. Okay, so that goes back to May 5th. But then Caleb, he ends up biting back. This was 2 days later. Caleb's brother denies cover-up claims as he launches music career. Again, he did not launch a music career just now. It was years ago. He says he wasn't even close to David. David's younger brother Caleb is trying to separate himself from the firestorm surrounding Caleb's Celeste murder case, while also trying, in a lengthy Instagram story, he said Thursday, so about a week ago now, 6 days ago, that the reason he stayed silent is because the case is an ongoing legal matter. He said, but he felt compelled to speak out after social media users accused him of helping cover for his brother. He said, I've seen people say that I knew what was going on and was protecting my brother. That's not true at all. Caleb claimed he hasn't lived with David for years and that they were never especially close. They only saw each other occasionally during family visits or tour stops. He also said that he was around Celeste only a handful of times when he was 15 years old. And he claims he didn't know her age. Caleb also addressed a backstage video that has been making its rounds online where some users allege that he helped sneak Celeste Rivas Hernandez backstage at one of David's concerts, but Caleb denied that too. He said Celeste was already at the show, and the clip was actually filmed after the concert already was over and had ended. According to Caleb, the two, him and Celeste, were simply walking back after grabbing something from a fan near the stage. The statement drops as public scrutiny around anyone tied to David continues to intensify. Well, I mean, it also drops after TMZ ran an article saying that David's brother was trying to launch a music career off of David's controversy when that's just simply not true and it's demonstrably untrue. So kind of like this public scrutiny really picked up, maybe perhaps in part because 2 days earlier, TMZ ran this article, but they don't actually take any responsibility. Why would they? While Caleb tries building his own fan base, critics have accused him of benefiting from the massive attention surrounding the case, something he appears to push back on directly in the post, saying, I don't want to make this horrible situation about me. I just want justice for Celeste and her family. And you know what else he said in his post, Caleb? He said, I changed my artist name because I don't want to be associated with David. If I was trying to ride his coattails and get clout based off of David, why wouldn't I keep my same name that had the 4 in it like David? No, I want to separate myself from him. I don't want anything to do with him. That's why I had to change my freaking artist name. Does TMZ ever tell the truth? Unfortunately, yeah. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. And then sometimes it's some gray area in the middle where it's kind of misleading, but it's not technically a lie. So you just have to really use your discernment and discrimination of the truth when you read, especially TMZ, because I think they run propaganda as well. Okay, so that doesn't end the case of the little brother situation. Another article came out on May 8th, the very next day. And this one is the poor brother is now being impersonated. David's younger brother, Caleb, said he was being impersonated and he scrubbed some of his accounts after talking about the murder case. He says people online are pretending to be him. Days after distancing himself from his infamous brother, TMZ has learned on Friday morning, so this was last Friday, Caleb said, there are people that are impersonating me online. I don't have a YouTube account. Caleb pointed to three social media accounts that are his before adding, I will be deactivating them after this post. So he's going offline, probably because TMZ caused him to be bullied, if I had to guess. This comes after Caleb spoke out about David and the ongoing criminal case. He said, I don't want to make this horrible situation about me. I want justice for Celeste and her family. I've not lived with my brother David for years. He said they were not very close and they did not speak often. He admitted to being around Celeste a few times when he was 15 years old. So there's no way he's 20. He has to be probably like 18. And he said, I didn't know her age. And that's what they all about to start saying. They didn't know how old she was. Caleb has also denied that he was attempting to use David's murder case to launch a music career. And that is true. It's demonstrably the case. He already had a music career going on. He said, I've been releasing and posting music over the last 3 to 4 years. 3 to 4 years he was doing this. He said, I took over a half-year hiatus now due to what happened. And so now, just as soon as he's trying to start getting back on his, grind or on his feet or whatever, TMZ is like, oh, he's trying to launch a music career. And it's like, no, he's not. And I'm not sitting here trying to say this brother is innocent or something. I mean, I do think he was underage at all of the relevant time frame, but I just am more interested in the truth than bullshit. And that's why I just feel the incessant need to point out when stuff is bullshit. It is absolute bullshit that the postulation that he just started releasing music. As he said, he's been recording, releasing, posting music for 4 years. So he actually took time off because of what happened. Now he does have new music under a stage name, Karakova, but apparently he's now deleted all his social medias. So that's that. Now let me see if any new news has come out today about this situation, because I want to make sure that we're up to date. Okay. That appears to be that on that. So I'm going to start to transition the live show now into the second topic I wanted to talk about today, which is the no jumper Adam 2216 Grand Mason universe. All right. In order to do that, I want to start. Oh, wait, one more thing here. Thank you, Justice, the Gypsy, for the $2 super chat. Neo being in the bathroom video about the smell is sus. Yeah, we have covered that on this channel a couple of times. We looked at that video indeed. It is an inconvenience for Caleb. Indeed. Okay, so there is something going on. There's a lot of like drama going on in the no jumper universe right now, and I want to share some of it with y'all. So let's just start here first. Okay, let's start here first. This article came out recently, but I was gone when it came out. So this is from abc7.com. 18 arrested, 40 pounds of substance, starts with a F. We'll call it Finnegan. Y'all, like a very, very minuscule amount can absolutely flatline a human. A grown adult human, like a very tiny amount can kill you. Can kill a person. 40 pounds were seized by feds during a drug raid at MacArthur Park, Calabasas, that's where Kim Kardashian and them live, and San Gabriel. Okay. Federal and local law enforcement agencies announced a massive drug raid in multiple Southern California locations on Wednesday, arresting 18 people, including 2 who they believe are the main sources of F and M in MacArthur Park. Okay, this is going to make sense. This is where we're starting. So just update. There are some arrests. This is from about a week ago. The raid was spearheaded by the DEA, the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration, in coordination with LAPD, focused mainly on MacArthur Park, but also included arrests in Calabasas, San Gabriel, and South LA. This was confirmed by the DA. Here's some of the contraband they found. In the past 24 hours, about a week ago, law enforcement officers have conducted 9 search warrants, 6 in MacArthur Park, 3 in Calabasas, San Gabriel, and South LA, and they warned that this is only the beginning. The 18 suspects were arrested on a federal criminal complaint charging them with federal drug trafficking. The Department of Justice announced the complaint charges 25 defendants with possession and the intent to distribute of a controlled substance. 7 people are still being sought by law enforcement. Okay, so here's pictures of them, doing the big bust. As part of the arrests, they seized nearly 19 kilos of F, worth about $8 to $10 million. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley said that he believes these drugs are from the Sinaloa cartel. What's the Sinaloa cartel? Hold on, let me look that up. What is the Sinaloa cartel? Is one of the world's largest and most powerful transnational organized crime syndicates based in Mexico. Dominant since the 90s, specializes in trafficking FCHMM and primarily targeting the United States. Okay, good to know. All right, I don't even know that. Now, oh my God, They called it Operation Free MacArthur Park. Okay, this is a federal operation. Put a 5 in the chat if you remember who it is on No Jumpers cast who I said, if I had to put money, which I don't bet, so I'm not putting money, but if I had to, on who is the federal agent, who would it be? Put a 5 in the chat if you remember me saying who I think it was. And I'm not going to say who it is. I want y'all to tell me who it was who I had said. Y'all tell me who it was I had said on No Jumper, and it's not Adam. He's probably an asset. That's my opinion. But who is it on No Jumper where I call him a Fed? I'm like, that's a Fed. I've said it about 2 people. So either one I'll say is a right answer. Either one I'll say is a right answer. Y'all are saying nicknames. I don't know. I don't know who's Mr. Bug Eyes. Y'all got to say the names. Yep. Bingo. Because why? It doesn't make any sense why he's on the show. It makes no sense at all. When he's sitting there in those ridiculous clothes, and people are like, oh, he does drugs, so he can't be in the feds. Try again, sweetheart. Try again. Okay. Maybe he does drugs because he's so stressed out all the time from being undercover. I don't know. He could be some crackhead from over there. All right. I don't know. He could be a Fed and a crackhead, by the way. But I've always just said, when I'm looking at Lush, it doesn't click. It makes no sense why he's there. It doesn't click. It doesn't make sense. Why does he live in MacArthur Park? Why is he always talking about MacArthur Park? He doesn't fit in with these people. He doesn't really talk like these people on the show. Adam 2216 Gray Mason has somewhat of a backstory. He started a skateboarding shop there and a skateboarding clothing store there because it was probably cheap rent, whatever. Now, he might have also been a Fed this whole time, but I always just felt like I'm looking at Lush and he gives that like hello fellow kids vibe. Like, I don't get it. It doesn't click for me. His family's rich. It don't make sense to me. It don't make sense to me. Now, again, these are all just opinions. These are all just opinions. I'm speculating. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I don't know these people, and I hope I never have to look at them in real life. All right. I'm just fine over here on the East Coast, staying away from them. But now we're learning there was a full operation. A federal operation called Operation Free MacArthur Park. Okay. And that operation aimed to address what it described as an open-air drug market running rampant in MacArthur Park, involving massive amounts of Phenny and M. They noted that it is not an immigration operation. So this doesn't have anything to do with deporting people. This has to do with cracking down on the drug crimes. According to the DEA, they were targeting drug dealers who were connected to cartels. According to the agency, over 200 of its personnel were involved in the operation, over 200 federal agents. Now, were any of them on the No Jumper show? That's what I'd like to know. Approximately 100 also were involved from LAPD, so 300 officers. Asaley said the park's #1 drug trafficker is a Calabasas resident, and he or she is in federal custody facing possible life imprisonment. Law enforcement reportedly seized approximately 40 pounds of Phenny during the Calabasas arrest. This is not a one-and-done operation. We are here, and we are not leaving. We have 300 law enforcement personnel in this operation, and they are not going anywhere. We've got bigger guns than the gangsters. Oh, and they can do wiretaps. Anyway, it's not street drug dealers doing this on their own. Hello. They're supported by and answering to criminal street gangs in the area. Hold on. Criminal street gangs, including maybe this Sinaloa, but maybe some of them ones on No Jumper. You know, they're very well known at this point for being like basically a street gang podcast, which I don't care. Look, I don't want no beef with the street gangs. Probably half of y'all are my cousins anyway, but really you got to start keeping your street gang business off the street internet, because then it makes it our business. If y'all just want to go do street gang activities over there in LA, you're not going to hear a peep out of me. But once it ends up on my timeline, then now it's my business. Okay. Anyway, there's also prison gangs and cartels that are supporting this drug operation, this trafficking, according to the feds. And they are doing this right in our backyard, and we've had enough. This was the chief, LAPD chief, Jim McDonnell. As you've seen today, and as you heard earlier, this is going to continue. And as long as we need to be here doing this, you are going to see this type of activity here. Now, again, he's saying, look, this ain't immigration. We're not deporting. Video from the air shows authorities in tactical gear outside a small business along Alvarado Street between Wilshire Boulevard and 6th Street. This is right across the street from the park, MacArthur Park. One law enforcement officer uses a chainsaw to cut through an exterior wall. Business owners told Eyewitness News they're happy that the drug use might go away, but they are fearful about what could happen next. Some small business owners sweeping up the damage say that they support getting drugs off the street, but they feel like they became collateral damage in the process. It hurts so much that they did this because I have nothing to do with what they're looking for, said a local store owner in Spanish. She had received a search warrant at her small business. They broke the door, they forced it open, they broke my display cases, and they threw out all my merchandise. I don't know what they're looking for because they didn't find drugs here. They didn't find what they were after. Yeah, that is sad. For her, the day ended with thousands of dollars in damage and no arrests or drugs found inside her business. Even though she's glad drugs are being taken off the streets, she says this open-air drug dealing happening in the park has nothing to do with her legal operation of her store. She said, I started crying seeing what they did because it's unjust what they did. I was just selling to earn my living and pay my rent at her store. The Department of Justice describes MacArthur Park as an area characterized by high rates of poverty and homelessness. Many of the homeless in that area are drug users. The park itself is a known location for drug users to purchase narcotics, including F and M, and is surrounded by a densely populated, tightly packed area of apartments, offices, shops, and businesses. MacArthur Park's northern area is considered territory of the 18th Street Gang. Now, that's not Sinaloa, all right? That's a different type of gang. While the area of the park south of Wilshire Boulevard is considered a territory of the Crazy Riders Gang. And territory considered belonging to Mara Salvatrucha, a.k.a. MS-13, oh my God, is immediately west of the park. So, like, on all three borders of the park, or on three of the borders of the park, there's different gangs or cartels that have territorial control, according to this article. So, northern area, 18th Street Gang. South, so that's north. South area is the Crazy Riders, and west is the MS-13. This is a criminal organization operating in our country. We are not going to stand for it anymore today. They have been put on notice. MacArthur Park actually belongs to the people of Los Angeles again. This is according to Anthony Chrysanthus, the special agent in charge with the DEA. Federal officials said they had been surveilling the area for about 45 days. Okay. They plan to arrest a total of 25 individuals as a part of the entire scope of the operation. The DOJ said 7 defendants are considered fugitives. DEA officials added that another objective of the operation is about cleaning up the community ahead of the World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. Yeah, they do need to clean the area up. It's going to look real bad when the Olympics rolls through. Everyone arrested as part of the operation is expected to make their first court appearances Wednesday. Is that today? Los Angeles mayor, don't care about her. Okay, let's just take a look here. Man, some of these looks like Lima Yovanovitch. Let's see, Moreno Lopez. These are the people who, I guess these are still abroad, or not abroad. These are still, what's the word I'm looking for? When it's like somebody is still like out and about, hasn't been apprehended yet. It's like a criminal word. I don't know. Oh man, Cody Patrick McDaniel. Cody Patrick McDaniel they got. Anyway, according to the criminal complaint, Malali Moreno Lopez, is that this one? Her right here? And her boyfriend, Jackson Tarfour, both of Westmont area of South Los Angeles, serve as the main sources of supply of fentanyl powder and M distributed in the corridor and in MacArthur Park, generally on behalf of the 18th Street Gang. Law enforcement officers say that she and her boyfriend hand-delivered narcotics to these places, stashing in storefronts and subsequent distribution to street-level drug dealers. They are also accused of using their residence as a stash location for illegal substances. They also identify Yolanda Iriarte Avila of Calabasas as a source of supply. A bunch of different people. Criminal complaint alleges 27 separate drug deals of fentanyl and M from March 9th to April 15th in and around the MacArthur Park area. If convicted, they would face 10 years to life. The remaining defendants would each face a maximum sentence of 20 years in federal prison. Now, is this being charged as a RICO? It seems like it. And if so, and if y'all want me to go through like the actual complaint, I will. I'm not going to do that today because that's not my point of doing that today. But if you want me to go to the actual complaint, I will. But that would mark about the third RICO that is in some way associated with No Jumper. So, I mean, I've been calling him Fed Jumper, and now you see why. Not at large. Yes, at large. At large is what I was looking for. Thank you, Gamer, for Nintendo. So, now, Reiner was found at Exposition Park. This is MacArthur Park. I think it's a different park. So that was that article. And then there was also a press conference. I want to just show to y'all real quick. Oh, no, this isn't the press conference. This is another article. Los Angeles community speaks out after the federal drug bust. A day after the agents flooded the area, the neighboring deli owner and other community members spoke out on issues plaguing the area. News conferences. I want to see the needle giveaway program disbanded in the park. All three mayor candidates. Linger followed up this morning saying, what I want to know from the mayor is what's going to happen next week. The federal agents arrested 18 people. Why isn't this working? Hold on. Let me try on reader view. These ads mess it up. Today, we begin reclaiming MacArthur Park from criminals and drug addicts to return this public space to the citizens of Los Angeles. This is according to the first assistant U.S. attorney, Bill Asaley. Deli owner said he was a third-generation Los Angelino, and he said at the news conference, I'm not going anywhere, and we're going to correct the situation. He didn't like the needle program. Families cannot come to this park because children can be harmed, and the lives of children are at risk. There's like 10 churches in the surrounding area. Some of our services have been suspended because we don't have security in our churches. The people it does sound like a nightmare, okay? The operation was ordered by the feds, but we have been working in collaboration because we are very well aware of the drug dealing that's taking place here. Aside from the free needles, it's also, okay, we're upset that LA has cut patrols around the park. The mayor said, I have not had cooperation from the city council, and we want this park patrolled. There was a news conference. So I want to show y'all some of the news conference. I don't know if we will watch the full conference. Let's see.
Alvin, federal agents launched.
Okay, so here is a news article, a news segment about
a sweeping drug raid targeting the notorious open-air drug market in the park.
Dozens of people tied to fentanyl and meth trafficking have been arrested in the last 24 hours, including an accused narco queen and her accomplices. KTLA's Jillian Smuckler live with the breaking details. Jillian.
Hi, Micah and Cher. Yeah, nearly 20 people were arrested during that massive drug raid here at MacArthur Park, and now some federal agents are actually blaming California policies for allowing those drugs to take over this area.
Okay.
Armored vehicles, helicopters, and heavily armed federal agents flooded MacArthur Park today as part of what authorities are calling Operation Free MacArthur Park.
Today's operation was a success.
Investigators say the operation targeted fentanyl and methamphetamine trafficking connected to the 18th Street gang and dealers operating in and around the park. Federal authorities say 18 people were arrested, with 25 defendants now facing federal drug distribution charges.
So phase one started last night. We were out here. We had identified dealers, sellers, drug distributors, and we started taking them into custody. Then phase two was early this morning. We executed 3 search warrants in and around the Southern California area. We're the mid-level suppliers. And then phase 3 was what we just had here today, which was a strong force to come out here to let the drug dealers know that we own this park.
DEA officials say search warrants were served across Southern California, including at businesses near the Alvarado corridor, where investigators say drugs were being stored and distributed. Federal prosecutors say authorities identified a South LA couple accused of supplying fentanyl and meth to dealers near the park.
Mallory Marino Lopez and her boyfriend, Jackson Tarfour, were hand delivering drugs to the Alvarado corridor here across from MacArthur Park, and they were storing and stashing the drugs at the businesses you see across the street.
DEA officials say the crackdown is also part of a broader effort to prepare LA for upcoming global events.
Well, we know that in LA, we have FIFA coming up, we have the Super Bowl coming up, we have the Olympics in 2028, and this needs to be done to clean our city up. We are going to be the showcase to the world, and we are going to make sure this city is clean.
Y'all should have been the showcase to the world a long freaking time ago, buddy. All of a sudden, now that y'all don't want to be embarrassed by what you have allowed to infest and grow and putrefy in that demon-possessed city. Shout out to the LA Cousins. I ain't talking about y'all specifically. I'm talking about the fact that there's corruption and tyranny as far as the eye can see. There's no crackdown on any of the crime. You call them to report a child being sexually abused on a video on Twitter, and they tell you at the LAPD they don't do computer crimes. And now that it might actually start to become public and be embarrassing, now all of a sudden it's our park. Y'all should have said this decades ago.
Safe and drug use is not going on.
And Dr. Oz also joined federal officials at today's press conference, calling the fentanyl crisis a matter of life and death.
I came here because we've got a real problem in Los Angeles
that you don't want the world to see. But y'all were happy to have the problem. You were happy to exacerbate the problem for the longest time.
MacArthur Park, which is on the surface a very beautiful area, is becoming a cemetery. This city block behind us is owned by a foreign cartel, effectively, because they're doing business here without...
Somebody said, Viviana said, what about Skid Row? They're going to be doing the same stuff down Skid Row. And they already did start with the Figueroa corridor. So they're going to be doing it. They're going to be clearing them tents out. It's going to be unrecognizable. And a lot of those people are going to get put in camps and not allowed to leave, by the way. So they've been warned.
And those federal agents say today's operation is just the beginning, and they are warning drug dealers that more enforcement is coming to the park in the near future. Back to you.
Jillian, thank you.
Okay. So there's that. Press conference. Okay, so they did a press conference about it 6 days ago. We've seen a couple clips from it. Might as well watch them now.
And back to breaking news. Federal and local authorities are announcing arrests and search warrants in a massive open-air drug market takedown at MacArthur Park. Let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
All right,
and I think like they're definitely gonna kick the homeless out. But I think that because they've been preparing for this for years, they have these care courts now, which I've never been in favor of. I think like if you're committing a crime, you should just face the regular criminal justice system that gives you a fair trial. But they have these care courts now where it's basically like if you have depression, you can be put in a slavery situation. Like it's literally that serious. And they're going to be taking a lot of these homeless people and experimenting on them. They're going to be putting them in work camps and labor camps. They're going to be putting them in things that they're going to call gated communities. They're going to call them tiny homes. They're going to call it rehab. They're going to call it rehabilitation programs. But it's going to be labor camps. And you're not going to be able to leave unless you have a job. And this is something that Lima Yarimovich outlined years and years ago. I think it was 2021. She went on Meet Kevin and she said, you have to force it. Put a 6 in the chat if you remember. You have to. You have to force it. And it's terrifying. It's very scary because a lot of people are going to be going, yeah, lock up these criminals, lock up these drug addicts. And I totally agree. If somebody's a criminal, lock them up. But then it's going to be, now lock up your cousin with depression. Now lock you up. Ain't gonna be nobody left to argue for you. And they've already made these care courts. A lot of these billions of dollars or whatever that's missing in Gavin Newsom's California has gone to building these work camps and these labor camps. And they've been telling us about it the whole time. It's going to be very easy to put a homeless person into a conservatorship or a guardianship, aka slavery. It's going to have government funded, government paid slave owners that they're going to call guardians and conservators. And there's going to be no way out of it. So if you living in a tent in Los Angeles right now and you have access to the internet, I would highly advise you to get your ass up out of there because they're about to start wrangling and rounding y'all up, and it ain't going to be constitutional, and everybody's going to be arfing like seals because they're ready for the streets to get cleaned up. And in some ways, I understand you want to be able to take your baby to the park. You want to be able to go to the park without having the 18th Street gang on one side, the MS-13 on the other side, and the whoever else the hell on the other side. I mean, I understand that, but that's nothing to do with taking away people's constitutional rights. if you're living in a tent city in Los Angeles, you might want to start finding other accommodations pretty soon. I don't know how much more I can warn y'all.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bill Asaley, the First Assistant United States Attorney. We are here conducting Operation Free MacArthur Park. The federal government, in partnership with our local law enforcement, has taken over the park this afternoon to liberate the park from an open-air drug market that's proliferated here for too long. Today, we are executing 25 arrest warrants and 8 search warrants, 6 of which are for businesses you see right here across the street from the park. This is a continuation of a prior operation from my office where we arrested members of the 18th Street gang who claims this as their territory.
Now, if you will recall, the reason that I started this segment is because of Adam 2216, Gray Mason, and No Jumper. And specifically, there's a host on No Jumper named Lush 1. Okay, we're gonna get to him in a moment, okay? But I just want you to understand what's going on here. So this Operation Free MacArthur Park is actually a continuation of an earlier operation they were working on, right? You follow? Put a 7 in the chat if you follow.
The 18th Street gang thinks this is their property. It's not their property, it's our property. And we're here today because in March, we arrested their leadership. Today, we're arresting the street dealers and the suppliers who've been selling drugs openly here at MacArthur Park. 2 of the defendants we arrested earlier today are a South Los Angeles couple who we believe are the main suppliers of fentanyl and methamphetamine in MacArthur Park. Mallory Marino Lopez.
Now, the real gag is the real suppliers, right? Like people don't just, fentanyl don't just fall out the sky, girl. You got to get it from somewhere. We're not ready to start talking about China and the CIA, but at least we're starting to talk about somebody. All right, got it.
And her boyfriend, Jackson Tarfour, were hand delivering drugs to the Alvarado corridor here across from MacArthur Park, and they were storing and stashing the drugs at the businesses you see across the street. You can see the targets of our operation here. The ones with the red stripe are already in custody. The others will be in custody shortly. Look, we're here today because California policies have failed. The policies of California to just let people use drugs open and notoriously with little to no criminal consequences is a failed experiment. It does not work. It does not work to simply hand out needles and narcotics.
And this is what happened when, really, this is a pendulum swing. You know, like every action has an equal opposite reaction, right? So, is that from Hamilton? Like, every action has an equal opposite reaction. Satisfaction. Anyway, I just got like an earworm on that one. But this kind of all starts with the war on drugs. Like, they called anything, right? Everything's bad. Weed is bad. This thing is bad. That thing is bad. Psychedelics are bad. Everything is bad. So people were getting locked up for, you know, a little dime bag of weed or whatever, a nugget, a weed nug or whatever. And it's like, that seems a bit much. There's a plant that grows out the ground. But they treated it as exactly the same as fentanyl or crack, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they treat everything as everything. And then, you know, they did the schedule this and the schedule that and the schedule this and the schedule that or whatever. And it's like, there was, I think, a justified backlash against that. But then what happened is the pendulum went from one extreme to the next extreme. And the next extreme was everything's all right. Well, they got drug addicts out here and we should just let them shoot up in the park. And, you know, they're contracting diseases, so we should hand out free needles. And they're dying and overdosing, which, as you know, I have a personal immediate family member, many family members, but like one immediate who literally is dead because of drugs. So it's not like a drug overdose killed him. So it's not like I'm not sympathetic to that. And for actually a while, I was like, you know, I can understand the thoughts behind a clean needle, whatever. People gonna be doing it anyway. Might as well have them not contracting this or that or the other. And then, you know, they don't have insurance. So then they're coming to the hospitals and it is a drain on, you know, maybe we could help people to give them a hand up instead of a hand out. You know, for a while I kind of was like, you know, I could see the reasoning behind it, but I guess we're just going to have to see how it works out. I'm willing now, this is my opinion, I'm willing now to admit that maybe that wasn't the best idea. Again, that wasn't my idea. I was just trying to see, you know, maybe the experts or whatever know better than me. But it's like, actually, no, I think we probably should stop literally encouraging with government money people doing drugs right out in the park in front of the kids. So this is an extreme pendulum swing. Now everything was just considered okay and acceptable. They weren't even arresting people for soliciting anymore. They weren't even arresting people for being prostitutes anymore. And it's like, at some point, we do have to test the limits of law and order to see what we're willing to tolerate as a society, because that's really where laws come from. It ain't like the Lord like wrote the laws down and said, here's your laws. It ain't like, I mean, actually, maybe that did happen, but it ain't like they're sharing with us what the Lord wrote or whatever. And so it is kind of like, what is a community willing to deal with? What is a society willing to deal with? And what are we not? And I'm saying I don't live in California. This is going on over there in California, MacArthur Park. So what are y'all willing to deal with? It seems like the feds and the local California government are in somewhat agreement and somewhat not, because there still are people who do believe, no, we should have Narcan available for people, because you shouldn't just be sentenced to death because you overdosed and you had died. But here's the situation. I mean, for millennia, that has been exactly the case. And a lot of people were scared to overdose because they were scared to die, that are not scared today to overdose because they could just go pick up the Narcan and then they could, I'm just saying, this is the truth. It's harsh. It's bad, it's bad to hear it, but it's the truth. From privately owned prisons to privately owned concentration camps. That's where we're headed. Now, that doesn't apply to me. I'm not going to a concentration camp. I can tell you that. They might bring my dead body to one, but I'm not going. I ain't going. But anyway, right. They decriminalized drug use, but dealing Fenty from the beauty shops should be a crime. Absolutely. I mean, and again, y'all, this isn't something that I purport to have the answers to. I'm not saying I have the answers, and I don't pretend I do, but I am willing to admit that it went way too far if they're just openly doing drug exchanges, open air drug market in a place that is supposed to be friendly for families to go. You're supposed to be able to bring your kids out there. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. And I can say my opinion on my channel. Don't mean it's right. Don't mean it's right.
And you have to go after the people selling the drugs on these streets, because you can see the consequences. MacArthur Park should be for families, should be for residents of Los Angeles, not for drug dealers and gangsters.
I agree with that.
So we're here to liberate it, and we're working hand in hand with LAPD. LAPD is a proud partner of this operation. We're proud to work with them. They want to liberate this too for their residents. And the federal government's coming in today to give them the tools to clean up these neighborhoods, because they're not looking at a few hours in custody anymore. The people we're arresting are looking at 10 years to life in federal prison, depending on the amount of drugs they were trafficking. And last thing I'll say before I invite the DEA to say a few words, this is not a one and done operation. We are here and we are not leaving. We have 300 law enforcement personnel on this operation.
300.
And they're not going anywhere. And we've got bigger guns than the gangsters. So we're not going anywhere. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Chrysanthus with the DEA Los Angeles office.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Chrysanthus, Chrysanthis, and I'm the special agent in charge for the Los Angeles Field Division of the Drug Enforcement Administration. I want to thank all our partners, the U.S. Attorney's Office of Central District of California. A special thank you to LAPD Chief McDonald for his partnership, and thank you to Dr. Oz for coming out to help us share a message today. And that message is the
Floridian lobotomy. Wait, what is it? Floridian lobotomy. Floridian lobotomy. Hey, Marco, Susie, Dr. Oz, and Pam Bondi. No one has each other's back. Like the parasitic class, you gotta admire the fire, the passion they have to cover each other's ass.
Enforcement Administration.
Shout out to my cousin Jesse Wells.
Is in lockstep with our partners, bound and ever committed to restoring safety and the well-being to MacArthur Park, its residents, business operators, and neighbors. MacArthur Park has been the backdrop to open-air drug markets, violent crimes, and theft, which has prompted local businesses to close or be threatened to close. Further, this area faces high rates of fatal overdoses, crime, and tent encampments, which in some cases have exploited.
They finna take them tent encampments and make their own encampments.
Conceal illicit activity. For today's operation, dubbed Free MacArthur Park, DEA assigned over 200 personnel to include our special response teams from various cities in our region. The Los Angeles Police Department assisted with 100 officers, approximately 100 officers. I want to thank the federal partners here, the United States Marshal Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Southern California Drug Task Force, and the Homeland Security Task Force. This has been a whole government approach to solving a problem that has been going on here for way too long. This investigation has focused into the trafficking of controlled substances in and around MacArthur Park for the purpose of identifying distributors, gathering evidence, and charging the distributors and source of supply of drugs. Today's operation included multiple search warrants, 6 served at businesses selling narcotics here in the Alvarado corridor, located within MacArthur Park. In addition, 3 search warrants were served at locations around Southern California earlier today. Today's operation is only one step, taken by a handful of agencies working hard to alleviate anguish and the sense of hopelessness plaguing MacArthur Park. While this is a drug enforcement operation, make no mistake, it's an effort to return safety, wellness, and hope to the community that lives here. For far too long, this neighborhood has been saturated in despair due to chronic drug use. Fentanyl and methamphetamine are rampant. The sense of gloom is compounded by criminal activity tied to drug trafficking, gang narcotics here to MacArthur.
Operation was a success by any measure.
This guy.
Chief Jim McDonald.
This is the LAPD
Well, thank you very
chief.
much, and good afternoon, and thank you all for joining us here today. As you heard from U.S. Attorney Asaley and DEA Special Agent in Charge,
He's
Anthony
like a Batman character.
Chrysanthus, today's operation was a success by any measure. But today's mission is more than just a reminder of the strong partnership between the U.S. Attorney, DEA, and the LAPD.
Girl? My internet
PD. It's an affirmation that we will use all available resources that we have to keep our city safe. This past March, I stood before you with U.S. Attorney Asaley as we detailed the partnership that dismantled the leadership of the 18th Street criminal street gang controlling drug.
All right, so that's that, right? Okay, so that's going on. Okay, so all that to say, there's a big drug bust. There was a big drug bust, and they're cracking down, and the feds are involved, and the DEA, and the this EA, and the LMNOA, and the Karen Bass, and this person, and that person, and they're getting ready for the Olympics. All right, so that's all going on, right? MacArthur Park. Operation MacArthur Park. Let's go back in time. Not that long. About 5 months ago. Let's go back in time. Okay? If you don't mind. Lush won. Lush World made a song called MacArthur Park Conquistador. It's a music video, official music video, shot by Love Over Anger. Now, I'm going to mute it because I don't want to get copyright struck by this Fed, a potential Fed, that's my opinion. But it's a song. Suffocated something, got these Rick Owens trying to blank jump a gate. Okay, so what is a conquistador? You might be aware, you might not. Let's look up the actual definition. Conquistadors, also known as conquerors, were Spanish and Portuguese conquerors, colonizers who explored, traded with, and colonized many parts of the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Oceania during the age, quote, so-called Age of Discovery. They sailed beyond the Iberian Peninsula. They established numerous colonies and trade routes, and they brought much of the New World under the dominion of Spain and Portugal. After Christopher Columbus's arrival in the West Indies in 1492, the Spaniards, usually led by hidalgos from west and south of Spain, began building a colonial empire in the Caribbean, using colonies such as Santo Domingo, Cuba, and Puerto Rico as their main bases. Okay, so what? He made a song called MacArthur Park Conquistador. Woo. Okay. Also 5 months ago. Let's see if we can get the transcript here. No, I don't. No, thank you. Hold on. Just get some. Suffocated music like Rick Owens trying to jump. I got 10 grams, no airy, but up the Drake. Run from Jake, the homie, and send me up. He's a snake, stripe, heroin addict, American flagging, rockstar Marilyn Manson, clearing your stash quick. Your hose, the best actress. Kathy Bates have a pace and the Academy would have a rate. I don't know if these are like the actual lyrics, because like sometimes they're not like actually accurately, the lyrics aren't like accurate. MacArthur Park, kiss the door, but I'm not the oppressor. But you literally called yourself a conquistador, you stupid ass. Faces look like Rocky Dennis. I'm fishing out. You're squeezing that fetamine. So like fentanyl and amphetamine. It's like I sit for style, don't claim a second price. The gang until you pay your debt. All your pills stay hella pressed. Plus your bait. Okay, so people have been saying like, Lush can't be a fed because he's obviously like, you know, singing songs about drugs. Well, isn't that convenient? Wouldn't you, you know, to hold your, like people get killed for being feds. People get killed if you get found out. Okay, but guess what else? Guess what else was going on about 5 months ago, right? Guess what else was going on about 5 months ago? Lush did an interview. He did an interview called Why Lush 1 Lives in MacArthur Park. It only has 9.2 thousand views. Let's look at the transcript. I feel like I'm back on my dad's movie sets. Yeah, no, it's just too much for me. Kind of like it, though. It brings back the nostalgia. Not only nostalgia, professionalism. You can look at this set and it's true. Okay. Okay. I'll be on so many more unprofessional podcasts, including No Jumper, if I'm being fully honest. Like, I've been to No Jumper. So this is the host and Lush 1 just kind of talking to it. This is Lush right here. And again, like, the man looks like a federal agent in a costume trying to pretend like he belongs in MacArthur Park. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. He just looks like a fed. Like almost like he's a fed that was kind of planted in the MacArthur Park so they could find out who was the lead fentanyl providers, etc. Okay. Now, he has done a lot of interviews about this, okay? And it also has about 5 months ago, but really periodically over the last few years, he's been on No Jumper this whole time, looking like a fed in my opinion this whole time, sometimes like a drunk one, sometimes like a high one. But what's to have stopped Lush? Okay, oh, well, he does drugs. How could he be a fed? No shit, Sherlock. How do you think they go and find who sells the drugs? They have to go buy them. Duh. You have to convince the streets that you're of the streets. Otherwise, who? Hello, fellow kids. Here I am with my perfect teeth, no tattoos, and I don't do drugs, but who's the drug dealers around here? Hello? It's a good front to get by in his fed job. Look at him. He doesn't belong in MacArthur Park. And that is just, to me, just obvious. But here he is 5 months ago talking about how he saw children getting sold, drugs over just out in the open, like almost like exactly the same stuff that the feds have now arrested 18 people for. Almost like exactly the same stuff. Here's Lush 5 months ago on the Gobcast. I even think I did a video about this, talking about the drugs in MacArthur Park. Now, about a week ago, when that big drug bust happened in MacArthur Park, people started saying Lush is a snitch. People started saying Lush, talking about MacArthur Park, is the reason for this. Now, look, listen. If Lush is a snitch, if he is a federal agent and he was helping to somehow take this whole thing down, actually good for him, because like it does sound like the problem has gotten pretty bad. And also, you're kind of stupid if you've been selling drugs to Lush. Like, it's obvious to me, and I've been saying it, that it looks to me like he's a federal agent, and Adam 2216 Grand Mason is a federal asset. That's just my opinion. I don't have any special knowledge of that. It's just what it looks like to me. He don't look like he's from MacArthur Park. If I can see Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez buying fent in LA, I can see this. Sure. Going to the place to buy drugs and then going back to your mansion in Calabasas isn't the same thing as pretending you live there. Hello? A lot of people avoid prison. Yeah, it doesn't mean he was planted as an agent or an asset either. A lot of people avoid prison by turning into a confidential informant. They do what they want to do. They don't get in trouble. They just do it without consequences. What's his name from Nashua? What in the hell is he doing down there? At least they gave him a backstory. He has had to put in years and years. At least he has a backstory. He moved from Nashua to do professional BMX riding. He opened a bike shop. He had a clothes brand. He had an imprint of Atlantic Records. There's at least somewhat of a backstory with Adam 2216 Gray Mason. Although it makes about as little sense, he still don't look like he belongs there at all. And I ain't talking about because he's white. They got white people look like they belong over there. To me, I can't explain it other than just saying he just looks like a Fed in a costume. I don't know how else to say it. All right. But here he is doing interviews about, you know, how dangerous an open air drug market it is at MacArthur Park. And then boom, all of a sudden, 5 months later, boom, open air drug market, MacArthur Park. Okay. Interesting. Got it. So now there's drama going on No Jumper. Okay. People are like, Lush talking about this stuff publicly made the cops aware of it. And because he was talking about it publicly, it made the cops aware of it. It's just, to me, it's like kind of obvious what's going on. But him talking about it on the No Jumper made this RICO happen. Maybe. Or maybe he was already talking to the feds about it. And he started saying it publicly so that they could blame it on him saying it publicly. And there's all this drama going on right now. This is probably what y'all are, you know, if you're aware of this at all. This is Lush, like literally, I think yesterday. Look, that's what he looks like now. And these people are shapeshifters. He's got all these tattoos. Hello, fellow kids. Shapeshifter. Adam goes off on Germ and calls police on her. So Lush has a girlfriend, ex-girlfriend named Germ Free. It's very interesting because her whole name, her stage name, Germ Free. She's trying to tell people she don't got germs. But then people shorten it to Germ and they call her Germ anyway. I think that's very ironic and funny. So now there's kind of like two like camps popping up of it's so aggravating. It feels like deceiving. There's like two camps popping up where it's like Germ Free and Lush broke up because Germ Free is beating up on Lush, which if she is doing that, that's assault and battery. She should go to, be arrested, go to jail, face criminal consequences. And people are saying Lush is a drug addict. And the reason he's a drug addict is because he got drugs from No Jumper. Other people are saying, no, the reason he's a drug addict is because he got drugs from Germ Free. And there's all this sideshow going on now. Okay, there's all this sideshow going on. As recently as like earlier this morning, this video pops up, this clip on No Jumper 10 hours ago. Adam goes off on Germ Free and calls the police. He called the police in the middle of the live stream and said, hey, I got a buddy over here and he's like getting beat up by his girlfriend. Do you have any resources? And the 911 dispatcher said, I don't have any resources, but I can send some cops over there. I can send an officer over there to take the report. And everybody's like, no, fuck the police, fuck the police. And then Lush one, fuck the police. And it's like the show that don't call the cops for any reason at all whatsoever calls the cops in the middle of a live stream to report Germ Free. And it's like, hey, everybody, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. While y'all are fighting over whether it's Germ Free or Adam that's responsible for Fed Lush 1's drug problem, have you ever stopped to consider he might not have a drug problem at all? Or maybe the drug problem is just incidental to his undercover work, or maybe he's allowed to do the drug. Have you ever stopped to consider nobody's talking about Lush being the reason for this RICO anymore? While we're arguing over Germ Free versus Adam, calling the cops. Does he bring people on the show to try to trade info for screen time? Who knows? We don't do internet crimes. Okay. Okay. And they just call her Germ. There could be a case he got addicted to drugs because he had to do them while he was an undercover fed. Could be. And I'm not saying he's necessarily an undercover fed, because I don't know for sure. But all of this rigmarole that's going on right now with this silly little clicks and clouts drama over this character, he's got the Duper's Delight smile. Adam 2216 Grand Mason ends up that's him calling the cops right there. Look at, I mean, they're talking about sending Lush off to go to rehab. Isn't it a perfect time for the conquistador of MacArthur Park to retire from his mission now and go to rehab and stay off the podcasts now, all of it? Wouldn't it just be a perfect exit moment for him? Does this person consume in front of others? Could he be turning over his purchase? I mean, these are the questions. These are the questions I don't see people asking that I think y'all should start asking again. Because immediately when that MacArthur Park drug bust happened and was announced 6, 7, 8 days ago, about a week ago, people were saying, oh, it was Lush. He's been talking about MacArthur Park. He's the reason that got the feds turned onto this. Okay, y'all were on the right track. Now it's coming down to, then Lush disappeared for a few days. People were calling him, asking, why hasn't Lush been on the show? Adam said that he was in jail. Maybe they were trying to act like Lush was one of the ones that got arrested because he was actually an informant or an agent. I don't know. And look, I'm not trying to necessarily bust up like the feds doing their little run in their little game or whatever, but it kind of just like aggravates me when I feel like I see propaganda going on before our very eyes. And it's like, I'm biased because I have already had that, opinion in my mind. So this is more like a confirmation bias. But I do think it would be very convenient for Lush to go to rehab now and want to be off the podcast and start a new life now, all of a sudden, that a week ago Operation Free MacArthur Park, and he's the conquistador of MacArthur Park. They got their arrests. They got their info. And now they're here to stay. Now, could they be, could Lush be what he claims to be? I was going to say appears to be, but to me, he appears to be a fed. So could he be what he claims to be, which is just some guy who lives in MacArthur Park because he wants to for fun, and he's, unfortunately gotten hooked onto drugs? I definitely know many, many, many people from rich backgrounds, high status people, socioeconomic status people who have gotten addicted to drugs. I definitely know people of all races, all national origins who get addicted to drugs. So when I say he doesn't look like he belongs in MacArthur Park, please don't make any mistake. I'm not saying it has anything at all to do with his race, what he looks like in that way. It's just like some people to me have this square-headed cop look, and he looks like a cop to me. He looks like a cop to me. And it looks like he's desperately trying to not look like a cop. Now, it's very interesting to me because
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
Started out the show
Trying to sleep.
Hold on. You don't speak to me. Don't speak to me that way. So now we have all the commentary channels laughing and kiki and hee and ha ha. Look at Adam calling the cops on Germ. Look at Germ getting so mad at Adam. Ha ha. Let's make content. Let's get clicks. Please. Nobody's talking about the obvious to me. Question. How did the feds get all this information if the feds weren't in the streets? This is a federal operation. Don't you think it's like almost impossible for them not to have had informants? That's just my opinion. All right. That's just my opinion. But if Lush is a federal agent and he really did help to bring, down like the Sinaloa cartel, like good for him, I guess. Good for him. I ain't even mad at it. But I think it's like, don't do all this song and dance and, Germ versus Adam. Oh, Lush is getting abused. Oh, he needs to go to rehab. No need to announce your departure. No one will notice. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of briefly touch on that today. I can talk about it more. I am getting a little tired. We've been on here for 4 hours. I can talk about it more, but I just wanted to bring that little theory up to you and talk about the timeline. And also, this wouldn't be the first or the second federal, wouldn't be the first or second federal criminal gang, RICO, that No Jumper has been associated with or affiliated with, or having people gone on there and using information from No Jumper or the No Jumper cast. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Please make sure to like and subscribe. I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. I think I'm like over 1,000 away still. So please make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you didn't get unsubscribed. And I'm going to call it a day on this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Love you, Mina K. Bye. Oh, I know half y'all left now, but there's one more thing I wanted to talk about. Talking about dirty cops, talking about corrupt cops. I do want to let y'all know about, and also speaking of propaganda. I don't know, this could be propaganda, this could be not. But this did make me feel happy. And even if this is propaganda and deceit, I hope more cops start acting like this. This is a sweet little moment of humanity. I hope this is real. And I hope more cops start acting like this. The caption is, a new mom called 911 when her milk dried up. This officer knew just what to do. And again, this could be fake. This could be real, but also be propaganda. I don't care. I hope we get more propaganda. Like, don't mind this propaganda at all. Look what happened. So this is his body camera. He is in the grocery store buying formula, and guess what else? He's about to say, oh, I don't know if she has any bottles because she's been breastfeeding and her milk dried up. Look, he's going to go get the bottle. And you know what? Good for her. Because look, if something happened to that baby, she couldn't feed that baby, and the baby died, she would be charged for it. So she's like, 911, what's your emergency? Hey, my emergency is my baby is hungry, and she's a week old, and then she needs to eat. Cop said, okay, bet. I hope this is real, and I hope we see more of it. Good thinking. Does she have a bottle? He said, oh, good thinking. Sweet. Aw. I thought that was cute. I thought that was sweet. You know, there gotta be at least some good cops somewhere. I mean, I don't have a lot of good interactions with cops personally, I'll tell you that, and I never have. Had a ton of positive interactions with the cops. But what I will say is, when I call the cops, I hope they show up and do their job. And they do work for us. So more of that behavior will be fine with me. And when I do see it, I decided I want to show it and put it on display and platform it, because I do point out a lot of times when cops don't know how to act. And I will continue to do so. And I will continue to hold them accountable. But I think it's only fair that I show y'all, you know, that almost brought a little tear to my eye. I can't imagine, you know, being a young mom or a first time mom or whatever it was they said she was. New mom, baby's a week old. The milk ain't, I mean, it's probably so distressing and terrifying. You don't have no money. You could literally call the cops. Like, I don't know what to do. And actually someone buys you some, the formula is expensive. Buys you some formula and goes and brings to you. That's what cops should be doing. I like that. That's so nice. I don't even mind if he gets a reimbursement from our tax dollars. That's my opinion. I thought it was very sweet. So anyway, if y'all see any clips like that, you know, cops behaving goodly, send them to me. I want to platform it, because maybe we can incentivize them to start doing, you know, more of this stuff. And I know some of them do it. I do, especially in like smaller towns, smaller communities, neighborhoods, stuff like that. They do. I do know that cops in the big cities must be under a lot of pressure. I mean, it's coming at them from every angle, but like that doesn't give them an excuse to start acting crazy and a fool. I'll say that. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Love you, Mina K. Bye.